Finally, on this episode of Plus Events, excellence is not a standard but a journey. It's a continuous process of striving for improvement, pushing boundaries, and setting new benchmarks. These were the submission of the chairman of CMS Grammar School Merit Awards 2023, Senator Akin Odunsi, in his opening remarks at the event, which was held at the school premises in Bariga, Lagos. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Grammarians from within and outside Nigeria are well represented here. The Venerable Adelaja Hall was filled to capacity, with the old grammarians accompanied by their families, friends and loved ones as they relished the moment. And quickly, they settled down to the day's business. First was a citation of the chairman of the day, Senator Akin Odunsi. Senator Odunsi commended the commitment of members to excellence, which he said has remained the driving force behind the growth of the school.
As we come together to recognize and celebrate excellence, we acknowledge the toil and remarkable achievements of individuals, sects, chapters, and branches who have demonstrated exceptional performance, ingenuity, and a tireless commitment to preserving the great legacy of our alma mater.
This was followed by an opening remarks by the President, Old Grammarian Society, OGS, Cyril Ogbekene. The President said the concept of the Merit Award was ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution.
In hindsight, most, if not all, grammarians present here would agree that the concept of the Merit Award we run today is ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution. And there's no gainsaying the fact that the ever-invigorating lyrics of the world's best school song resonates in the enduring culture of our alma.
Now, the awards proper. The Outstanding Grammarian Award went to late Venerable Dr. Yinka Omololu. In the Individual Merit Awards category, Adesonya Laide, Madreke Chike, Iyonda Olujide were among those honored.
On behalf of the operators of CMS Grammar School, Bariga, Lagos, we present this award to our distinguished old grammarian, Professor Adeleke Ogumefu, 1978-87. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Alaji Minolo. This honor is well deserved and is long overdue. Congratulations on behalf of the whole Grammarian Society.
Some of the awardees spoke with Plus TV News. With so much nostalgia, they relieved how CMS Grammar School helped in preparing them for the future.
Awards like these are very significant because it encourages others to follow suit and to let you know that you are not a fool giving to others. So it kind of energizes you, it gives you more energy to do even more, So, and I pray by the grace of God, we have not started, we have only just begun.
With an air of fulfillment, the president of Old Grammarians, Cyril Ogbekene, spoke on the significance of the awards.
What we are celebrating today is excellence, is consistency, is focus and determination to be the very best that you can be. And that is what we are celebrating. We celebrate it for those who have left school. We celebrate it to inspire those who are still in school. There are people from the UK, Europe. There are recipients from OGS America, and in point of fact, OGS America has got a class or this branch set award. So that's as global as it is.
The first documented Old Grammarians Merit Award was held in 2001.
With the passage so far of what is my divinely predestined lifespan, I could never have dreamt of the opportunity to speak to a gathering of colleagues, friends, and relations in my alma mater before the bell tolls. My scholarly heritage sprouted from this school 76 years ago. It was here that I learned that the molding of my life would be an exercise in futility, except it has a divine core. That was what Nisi Dominus Frustra means to me. In 1954, 69 years ago, I passed out of this school to face the realities of the wider world, armed to the teeth with all my might and determined to fly with my wings flew. I was to sum up courage and scorn defeat, but never to forget Christ as the sovereign Lord as I press on with eager feet to climb up and on. I thank the global president of the Old Grammarian Society for recognizing that I and my colleagues must have done something these past 76 years to have kept the flame burning brightly ever. I cannot but remember some of my classmates of like minds, like Emeritus Professor Prince Samuel Adetola Adebonojo, the patron of the OGS Americas and UK Europe chapters, and High Chief Akike Disu of Eagle Paints, also a grand patron of the OGS UK Europe chapter. Among those in eternal rest are Venerable Shegun Bamishebi, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Dako Majebodumi, clinical pathologist, Professor Festus Oshieni, biochemist, Professor Olabode Akindele, psychiatrist, Bolaji Akinsanya, surgeon, Chief Bola Ogulewe, Colonel Olu Akiyemi, Chief Babatunde Benson, SAN, and High Chief Ernest Adegule Shonekon, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and grand patron of the CMS OGS Americas in 2017, the position he held until his demise in 2021. May their souls rest in peace. Amen. I was the school prefect and the cricket captain in 1954. Without the arrogance of self-adulation, I have remained loyal to the ethics of school in my scholarly pursuits with a sense of responsibility to my alma mater.
Has done a lot and is still doing a lot. He's a very distinguished grammarian, and it's good to be here because I thought when the members of our OGS UK Europe are getting the Merit Award, I have to come and support them, and that's why I came here. I flew in yesterday night. Thank you so much for Dr. Babalola and the other members of the OGS UK Europe.
all. The family of Sister Kabi and Olu Vincent. Come on.
All right, what's going on to every single person out there from the east, west, north, and the south, wherever it is you're watching us from, you're welcome to Plus TV Africa, and today it's Plus Events. Guess where we are? We're at the GC Fashion Weekend. It's amazing. GCB is known for doing this every year, and I can tell you one thing for sure. They come with all the designers, all the people, all the influencers, and every person that is making it happen in the world of fashion. Like, if you're talking fashion, GC Fashion Weekend brings it to you annually. Now, we are here to bring you everything that's about to happen here on the, I was going to call it a red carpet, but it's kind of a black carpet, right? Look around you, you'll see the amazing people. Everybody's here. Everybody's trying to make it happen. Everybody's buying something. Apart from buying, we're also networking. We're making things happen. And we're talking to people, basically. So if you are a fashion enthusiast, a fashion entrepreneur, a fashion designer, or a fashion fanatic, this is the place to be. GC Fashion Weekend is the place to be. My name is Miles, the 8th wonder of the world, and I will take you through this amazingness today, where we're talking to everybody and everybody that loves the world of fashion. Guess what? They even have chops, small chops, big chops, medium chops, large chops, any kind of chops you want. They have it here because I'm here for the food and I'm here for the fashion. As you can see, she looks amazing, by the way. We gotta go, right? When we get back, it's still Plus Events, and I'm here, Miles, 8th on the world. Don't go nowhere. Let's go. We are at the GT Fashion Weekend. It's amazing. Now, GCB is known for doing this every year, annually, and people, fashion designers from all over the globe, all over the continent, come around together here and make things happen. So, hey, we are here to have fun, to talk to some of the best designers in the nation and some of the attendees and see what they think about today's event, right? So do not go nowhere, don't move, don't stray. We promise to bring all the excitement, all the entertainment, all the fun, all the gifts, and all the glamour to your TV sets. My name is Miles, the 8th one of the world, and let's go.
Well, it's a beautiful atmosphere. You can see it's everywhere. Everybody is busy here. You can see all different fashion houses, different fashion brands are here doing their thing. Come on, it's just beautiful here, man. I'm looking forward to an amazing show. Trust me, it's going to be beautiful here, man. I just can't wait to see what's going to happen next. Well, fashion has been just you expressing yourself from your inner self. You know, it doesn't really matter whatever you're putting on, so long as it represents your identity. That's fashion for me. Come on, that's what it is.
I'm expecting different brand, honestly, I want to improve on my dress, so I'm coming here looking out for more. Well, now I'm going around, I'm seeing different exciting things, so I'm really happy to be here.
This is my first time attending this, and
What do you think so far?
This is marvelous. Like, they are they meet my expectation. Fashion to me is anything you do that you are not afraid to showcase to people.
Well, it's amazing to be here. I'm coming all the way from the mainland. Every year I come to make this up. Yeah, I've been banking with GTB for a very long time, so I always get this special invitation. I used to think I'm the only one. I don't know, it's a lot of us banking with GTB. So
what are you expecting this year from this event?
It has been amazing every year. It keeps improving. The place is like Europe, man. It's like I'm in Europe. It's like I'm not even away from Nigeria. So I always expect greatness from GTB. The G for them is always greatness for me, including my banking app and transactions. Everything about GTB is always extraordinary. So I expect the best all the time, and I know they're always going to give it. Me, fashion is everything. I'm a record producer, and I encourage all my artists to do fashion. Not just about the local wear, but any trending aspect of fashion, we encourage it, because music, fashion, design, lifestyle is all the same. So fashion for us is 100% like what we should be doing every day.
Fashion to me What is fashion to me? I mean, just yourself. Fashion to me, the way of life. Just your attitude, your life, yourself. I mean, just be what you want to be. Fashion, yeah.
Wow. All I can say, the fashion week is awesome. I really like what I'm seeing. You guys, thumbs up. Fashion is life. I'm fashion itself.
What about you? What is fashion for you?
Fashion is my personality. Whatever you see, that's what I am.
All right.
Fashion is, fashion is personalized.
Right.
Yeah, fashion is a way of interpreting who you are. Because when people see you, they can tell who you are, the kind of person you are by what you're wearing. So for me, I would say fashion is personalized.
So this is a great platform for brand visibility. I believe being here is going to take my brand to the next level. I'm going to interact with other designers. I'm going to meet customers from all over the world because a lot of people are coming here out of Nigeria. So this is a very good platform to showcase my brand. Fashion is what you tell yourself it is. Fashion is how you feel. Fashion is I don't know how to put it, but fashion is what you feel is right for you. Like, I'm wearing this dress, I like how it feels on my skin. I feel it's just the best dress to wear for this weather. So fashion is how you express your feelings.
So why am I here exactly? Of course, to show off fashion. I'm a stylist, a fashion designer, an entertainer as well. So I'm here to meet people who are also fashionistas, fashion designers, people who are in the game. And what am I expecting? Just fun, man. Fun, a good time. I get to attend the master class. I'm looking forward to the runway. And I'm looking forward to all the people who are here to exhibit their talents. Big ups to GT for putting this together every year.
Oh, actually, okay, so my definition of fashion is actually expression, how to express yourself, basically.
Okay, I literally came for the master class. Yeah, but I was late, so.
Why are you here?
I'm here for the freebie.
What?
For the freebies.
Oh my, yummy. You are yeah. Anyways.
Okay, so this is actually very fantastic. Like, I like what I'm seeing around. They don't usually disappoint. Trust me, GTCO is always the best. And my outfit is inspired by... Oh, okay. It's inspired by Tiwa Savage, so you can check it out. Okay. All right, and that's it. In one word, fantastic.
Hi, I like the idea that GT is putting this together. It's a platform for people that have fashion and lifestyle ideas. I feel like I like this, and I think that more brands and more organizations should give platforms like this across the board, not even just fashion, to other sectors of emerging industries, because things like this give people opportunity to network and assess people that are leaders in their industry. That's some sort of example and motivation for them to even do better. So I feel like this is a very big one for GT Bank, amazing one. I beg, GT Bank. I used one POS one time. They never refund my transaction. Thank you very much. I was just joking though. Amazing stuff. Amazing. Fashion is expression. I think the easiest way to make people know what you feel about yourself or who you want to be addressed as is what you wear and how you look in public.
All right, so it's just not fashion, right? It's fashion, it's GTCO Fashion Week, and everybody's here. It's just not fashion, it's also about the masterclass. We're teaching people how to connect with their brands, how to make their brands bigger, how to put their brands across the whole world, and we can see across the people here that so many people here are about to go in for the masterclass. It's GTCO weekend. It's fashion at its finest, it's entertainment at its finest, it's connecting and networking at its finest, and we'll be talking to a whole lot of people here today.
Talking about wanting moments like this. So, a commercial that played in the United States that I did with Ulta Beauty when I was pregnant with my second son. And it's just full circle now. And the fact that I compete in Africa and Lagos here, talking about the work that I do is just magical. So thank you so much again for having me. And we can talk about this life. You can see some pictures of my family, my husband, my sons up there while we talk. Okay, so I was a doctor. I quickly realized that I didn't like blood. So I was like, I'm not gonna be a doctor. I don't necessarily want to be but I love words. I love putting together words. I love stories. So it was like, let me do that. So I did a lot of internships at Vibe Magazine.
Do you guys know Vibe Magazine?
Vibe Magazine, Condé Nast Traveler Magazine, all of these places to get my foot in the door.
Essence, can we say Essence? Did you know you worked at Essence? You guys know Essence as well.
well. Yes, and shout out to Essence. And so, for me, the problem with publishing is they don't take the best and the brightest of the class. Like you don't just like, oh, I'm gonna be a banker, like the bank like hire, 100 people a year. Magazines have a masthead. There are positions. You have to wait for someone to leave in order to get that job. So it's very hard to get a job at a magazine.
Turn by turn.
Yes, girl. Like, it was like, you're too big, you're too black, like, it was too much. So I started to get more into beauty, and I loved it.
And we also know that Black people, in the abroad, Black people are somewhat of a minority. So to have someone who is
everything,
okay,
everything from head.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Hello and welcome to One on One. Today we'll be talking about investing, and my guest today was a media person before she became this financial coach, mogul, money talking woman. So her name is Shola Funmi-Shosonya Lawal. She describes herself as an investor 24/7. She's a media professional and has read over 350 books and thousands of articles on investing and companies. She has coached thousands to begin their investment journey and truly believes that everyone has the potential to be stupendously wealthy. That's speaking my language. When she's not investing, she works in one of the biggest tech companies in the world. Shola, it's so good to have you here.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy that I was able to join you.
Yeah.
And thanks for reaching out. I'm always happy to talk to women who are doing amazing things, and I think you're doing amazing.
And you're a woman doing amazing things as well.
Thank you very much.
So my first question to you is, even though you still describe yourself as a media professional, so Shola, you're into the media, producing shows and everything, and then you've just made the switch. So please tell me, how did that switch happen?
So my life has been a fun one of switches.
Okay.
Backstory, and I don't say this a lot to a lot of people, is that I actually studied nursing. I have 4 degrees in nursing.
Oh, wow.
That's what I studied in university. I spent 5-6 years studying all of this. And then I remember working in the hospital for about 3 months, and I was like, this is not what I'm going to do. Like, I just don't find this as stimulating as
possible. So how did you get to nursing in the first place?
So I studied nursing. My mom
Why
was
did
like,
you choose to do
parents. My mom lives abroad. She's a nurse. And she's like, you have to do nursing. You make money. People will like you. You're very nice. You'll be a good nurse. So anyway, I did that. And after working for about 3 to 6 months exactly, I saw an ad for the previous Nigeria's first 24-hour news station then, which was NN24, and then I applied. And the spokesman, they're like, look, we really like you. We think you should come produce and talk about health stuff, lifestyle stuff. So I joined, and that's how I started my journey into media. And I was there for about a year, 2.5 years thereabouts. And I progressed from just doing TV, lifestyle to casting the news to doing entertainment, really. They liked that I could do a lot of entertainment. So I moved into doing entertainment and being head of the entertainment assignment desk before I moved on from there to join Mnet.
Okay.
Now, Mnet was a fun journey. I started out producing shows like Jara, 53
Yes, I
Extra,
remember.
worked on Channel O, and then moved on from there to what they call a commissioning editor. So started to commission movies, series, so things like The Voice Nigeria, the first season that we all really loved. I commissioned that. Series like Hush, worked with quite a number of producers. So that's what I did for a couple of years. Big Brother, Africa, all of those, we commissioned those shows. Before I moved on from there and then joined Viacom, now Paramount. At Viacom, what I did was I was head of MTV and MTV Base for Africa. So I was head of the content and the editorial bit. So channels like BET, Comedy Central, the Nickelodeon channels, MTV Base, and all of those were the channels that I looked after. And I did that for about 5 years plus before joining my present company, which is YouTube. So it's been a journey of different media stuff. So from actual production, from being in front of the camera to moving behind the camera to now being a commissioning executive and then moving on to lead channels and now in the tech world. It's just all been a journey of media, broadcast, depending on the forum you like it.
Did you do courses while you were doing?
Definitely. I would proudly say I did over 40 courses
in the
journey. I got an MBA, so I did quite a few things just to upgrade myself. But I think the biggest thing that I hope people take away is that it's that drive and the willingness to learn and the experience. Never being shy to be one to learn. And I still continue doing courses. You know.
It reminds me of a video I saw recently, the beginning of this year, by Les Brown about how you should constantly stay hungry. So now let's talk about this switch from the media to becoming this finance coach. Yes.
Okay. So true story. What happened was after working for about 6-7 years in media, first with Mnet and then moving on to my other company, which is Paramount then, I realized that, look, I was doing well in media. I mean, I wasn't earning badly, but what was I putting aside? And I'm one of those hustlers. I'm sure a lot of us know women, Nigerian women. So I'd sold everything: hair, shoes, clothes. I'd even owned trucks. I mean, those 15-ton trucks that you see on the road. Yes, I owned about 2 or 3 in all of the business I was doing. I just found out that it took away from my corporate life. I had to be chasing people. I had to be monitoring all of those things. I figured there has to be a simpler way to make money. And that's how I delved into investing. So that's how I started reading on how could I save? How can I invest? How can I get passive income? Something that doesn't require me every day sitting and monitoring people and shouting on the phone and going to meet suppliers and traveling to China, all of those things. I really wanted something that was easier. And that's how I came about investing. And so initially, when I started investing, buying stocks, buying bonds, but I was reading for myself. And all the reading was for myself, just because I wanted to be rich. I wasn't doing it for anyone. But then my friends would see me read this thing, or they would want to make a financial decision. I'll be like, that's a bad decision, or that's not a good thing to do. And they would be like, what do you mean? And I would explain why. And then I would go out. I remember when I was pregnant with my first son, and I was at the ultrasound guy, and the guy looked at me and I was like, you have a 3D ultrasound machine, why are you not using it? And he says, oh, it's fault, it's 1 million naira to fix it and I can't afford it. I'm looking at the guy like, what do you mean you can't? I said, hold that money, where would I get it? That he's bought it, but to send it in, and so he's a millionaire. So I like, do you know if you save 3,000 naira every day, you'd be able to make, this money in how long? And so the man looked at me, he said, God sent you. I said, God. He said, because I was paying, I think, about 5,000. And he had like 4 people outside who were doing the same. So the guy looked at me and said, and he actually bought the machine and named the machine after me, Shola, for me. He was so happy because it was such a simple thing to solve the problem he wanted. And that's how I started sharing with people. So I began putting it on my personal page, and then people started reaching out and say, how do you buy? You mean you buy stocks of Apple in this Nigeria? How do you do this? How do you do this? So I started sharing. And then I just transitioned from there, from my personal page into a page. And honestly, that's how it blew up. That's how people started asking, and then I started putting it together. I realized the biggest thing for people in Nigeria is not that they don't want to learn, it's that people find financial learning too complex.
Yes.
So it just sounds
Just hit the
like
nail on the head.
machines and not machine. It just sounds complex, technical spreadsheets, all of this story. Whereas what I learned, because I'm not a finance person, I mean, if you were ever going to look at my background, it's from studying microbiology and all of these crazy courses that we did in my nursing life.
Yeah.
So the way I learned it was to learn it and to be able to simplify it. And that's how I'm able to use it. And I feel like tons of us, 99% of people who are learning about investing or saving and budgeting and all of these things I talk about, they're people like me who don't have that finance background. So I understand the language. I understand if you show a spreadsheet and how I will be like, what is this?
Yes,
like, I don't understand all these numbers. Whereas someone who is into accounting and finance will not see that. They'll just, this is very easy now. Whereas me and you, we don't see it that way. Okay. So that's how I've learned to do finance. And that's how Wealth Motley came about. It's really about simplifying everything and letting you understand that it's not as hard as it looks. All those numbers, all of those things they call, all the sticker symbols, all of those things, it's not as hard. You just need to understand it like a layman would. And that's how Wealth Motley started. And people liked the fact that I stuck to that core of teaching in a very simple, relatable way that you see that it's not as hard. And any single Tom, Dick, and Maria can actually invest.
Oh, wow. That's just a fantastic story. So I just wanted to find out from you how, I love how you simplify. So one of the things I love, of course, your glasses, the color text and everything. So it just really, it draws you in and then light to the viewer. So for example, like ETF, when it's on your page, I'm like, okay, I always find out, okay, what's ETF and all of those things. So one of the things I like about financial literacy now, I don't know whether it's just a Nigerian thing. Most of the faces of financial literacy have been women. So you have Shola Adeshake, you have yourself, you have Tosin Olaseyede for Money Africa. Do you think that there's, this is just, do you think that there's something particular about women and, investing and financial literacy?
Oh, absolutely. And I think it just comes from the fact that a lot of people have grown up with parents or with mothers who were not financially they were not the muscle of the family. They were not the financial strength, and they really had to rely on their parents, on their husbands for a lot of things. Funny enough, in my own case, my mom has always been a hustler. She's always done businesses and all of those things. So it's not something, and I find that we are relegated almost when it comes to knowledge of finances. I honestly, as much as I love that it's women that a lot of people target with this financial information, I target both. The reason is this: if the guy is financially sound, if the wife is any man that is really financially sound will want his wife to do the same, because you're doubling the income. Do you see? So that's one thing. And I like that here there's a lot of women. And it's not only here in Nigeria. Also across Africa, I'm beginning to see a lot of strong women who are coming out to talk about finances and simplifying it for women like themselves. Nigeria peculiarly is one of those places where in my community, the people that I see the most out of, say, thousands that we've had that's come through us, over 95% were women.
Oh, wow.
And the women will go and call their husbands, their boyfriends to come. It's normally not the men. It's the women that come first. That shows you that there's something about women that want to learn, that want to grow, that want to do better, that want to ensure that their lives are better. And I like that we put ourselves out there to do those things. And I respect all the strong women. Shola Adeshake is my church colleague. We always meet in church every morning, and we get a chance to talk and quickly just refine. That same thing with Tosi and quite a number of other ladies who are doing the same thing. I think it's just being that we want to target women first, but I think in essence, when you train a woman, you train a community. When you talk to women about it, and when women stand up and talk, I feel like people listen. It's not the norm for a man. It's not the norm to see a woman who come out and talk about things like this. So I think people listen. So it's a good one. And there are a lot of other younger women who are also coming out and starting to talk about financial literacy, which is a good thing. I think it's all just consolidating information and people actually listening and practicing those things and not seeing it as just content that's created and put out.
Fantastic. We're going to ask you about children, because everybody goes on about how Warren Buffett started when he was 9 years old or 11 years old. How do we get to begin to teach children financial literacy to make it simple terms that it can now become part of their lives?
Absolutely. If in a perfect world, I would love that financial literacy was included from primary school in the curriculum. it's as simple as that. We would change our generation if kids were taught financial literacy from the time they were 6, 7. And it can be as simple as telling a story that has to do with finance. It's as simple as telling them, this is what you want, this is what you need. Your needs are more important than your wants. So you want to fix your needs first, and you have something coming left, then you go for your wants. It's about telling them in a storybook. And actually, I was so passionate about this that I recently wrote a series of books with my husband, about 5 books, and it's called different titles. We have Sholafumi's Cosmic Savings Adventure, Sholafumi's Cosmic Real Estate Odyssey. So different things that teach children different things about financial literacy. Okay. So a book that talks about saving and budgeting, one that speaks about real estate, one that talks about insurance in simple kids learnable language. Think of, proper storybook with fun covers, fun pictures, all of those things. That at the end of the day, the child would have something that reminds them, and questions, worksheet at the end of each chapter where it teaches them, okay, so what did you learn? Now, why do you save? Why do you do things like that? I feel like if we incorporate training into our children from primary to secondary to university level, a lot of the things we see today, we won't see them. There won't be people flossing on the ground. Why? Because they've learned that that's not the way. If people are flossing and they really have the money, there won't be people finishing their work and buying handbags of 100K when they earn 150K. Because now they've learned and they understood, and it's been ingrained into them from when they were children that you don't do like this, you don't spend like this. And you know what that would transition into? It would transition into a world where people understand the use of money. It would transition into young people like that growing up and becoming presidents and leaders and senate leaders and co. And they understand the management of money, the management of resources, because they learnt it. It is ingrained in them, like English language from when they were kids. Yeah. So that's the whole essence. And I feel like this is the first time I'm actually talking about the books. Hopefully we release them in the next couple of weeks. Okay. And people can buy them on Seller, on Amazon and all. And I promise that your kids would get and understand things from it. And it's the first of quite a number of different range of children's book. I'm passionate about it because I see that my son looks at me and he now understands it. My son is 8 and I have a couple of other younger kids, but he's the oldest that's with us at home, and he's like, he understands mommy saying we're buying stocks of Apple, and it's like, yes, what other stock does mommy love? Oh, mommy loves Alibaba. Oh, why are we not spending this? That's because we need to save. We don't just do like that. Why are we putting money in this? That's because we're investing it so that in the future it becomes bigger. What are you see him with this huge piggy bank, and he says any money he gets, he says, oh, mommy, can I put 4,000? If you give me 5,000, mommy, can I put 4,000 in my piggy bank? Yes. And then I'll take 1,000 and you can take me to the mall and I can play the games. Beautiful. Oh, nice. So it's simple things like that. And these are actual conversations. It's simple things like that you start to teach the child and they start to understand, and you ingrain it into their stuff. That's why I'm passionate about it. And I feel like it's such a gap we need to fill now. It's not only about teaching adults how to invest and save and budget. It's about getting them to transfer that knowledge as fast as possible now
into their children.
Into the younger ones.
Interesting. I can feel your passion. So now let's talk about investing in Nigerian stocks. A lot of people are not encouraged. I know that, yes, there was a crash all over the world, and then the Nigerian Stock Exchange, I'm not the expert, so you are the expert. But every time now, because there are a lot of foreign apps, but there are a lot of apps now where you can invest abroad. But many people are not looking towards Nigerian stocks. Why is this so?
So if I'm being honest with you, Nigerian stocks are actually doing great, by the way. I have a few that I've done over the years, and they've done well. Now, the problem is this. Historically, the Nigerian stocks have not done great. I remember as a child growing up in secondary school, and there were all of these different IPOs that were happening, and people were buying those stocks. And today they're worth nothing. But those companies don't exist anymore. It happens outside the world like that. But just because here there's not been a lot of automation or tech-inspired reform in that system, a lot of people are just now warming into it, or there's not a lot of information available about Nigerian stocks. So people don't sort of go there in the first instance. You see what I'm saying? And then remember because I'm sure you probably know your mom or your auntie or your uncle or someone who bought stocks, Nigerian stocks, and they don't know what's happening with it now. Yeah. And they are now saying, oh, where can I go and get my dividend? Oh, they say we're not getting e-dividend somewhere or something. So all of those things didn't encourage discourage a lot of people.
Yeah.
I have had people who've come to us, which are companies, banks, and all of those things, who's worked with us at Wealth Motley and who are now sort of making the life easier for people to buy those shares and buy all of those things now in Nigerian market. So people are buying Nigerian stocks, not as much as foreign ones, and for good reason. One of the biggest reasons is inflation. If I bought a stock in Nigeria now or I bought it last year, 2 years ago, when I bought, let's say, 100,000 naira shares, even if that stock has made 20% last year, this year, now is worth 140, which is 40% growth, which is not bad. 140,000 naira. How useful is that in this economy? Because inflation has effectively eroded everything I bought, just because the currency is in naira, not because the company is not doing well or the stock didn't do well, but just because the overall currency has made my money or my gain essentially useless. Because whatever I could buy 2 years ago with 100K, I definitely cannot buy it now with the same amount, with even 140K. Plus, if I put my money in dollars in that time, the value will be vastly different. I remember when we started buying Nigerian stocks, one of the first US stocks, one of the first companies that opened up was Bamboo. One of those companies, I don't want to mention names because I'm sure you understand. I'm sure you don't want that. So one of these new apps opened up in 2019, very late 2009, November, December. When they came up, I remember dollar was 350. I remember buying shares for the first time then. I was like their number 0001 customer. I remember. And when I was buying this, a lot of my friends were like, dollar is 350. You better wait for it to fall before you go and buy all these stocks. I'm like, you guys, I'm not waiting for anything. I'm buying stocks every single month through my DCA method. I'm not stopping and all of those things. Today, dollar is 700 and something. Do you see? And that is how important it is to invest. So even if I had not made money all this while, my naira is still as grown astronomically because all of my stocks were in dollars compared. So those are some of the reasons why people shy away from the Nigerian stock market. Another thing is just the transparency of information. So if I wanted to find out all the different details today about Apple or about Microsoft, every single detail of how much they sold in this year, how much they sold 10 years ago, how much their debt is, how much, I know that I can trust that information. The information is readily available to anyone. I can track, I can understand where exactly I'm putting my money, how much they're putting into research, how much they're growing new products. All of those things are there. How many Nigerian companies have all of those that you are even sure the information is right? So those are the different things that affect people investing in Nigerian shares. It's the ease of investing in it. It's the fact that inflation in the country is not helping matters. It's the fact that it's the information readily available to understand, fully study those companies before I start to invest in them. So those are some of the things that make people run fast from the other side away from Nigerian stocks.
Okay, so we'll take a short break, and after the break, we'll be talking more about investing in Nigeria. Stay with us.
So this is 2023, the year where we make our money dreams come true. But that's not only mouth. You need to work hard this year, and it starts with investing right. I know I sound like a broken record. I talk about all of us investing. And this is Charles, by the way, the personal finance badass at Wealth Motley. Make sure you follow me on all platforms as much as possible, because I'll be giving you all the money gist, all the money info that you need to continue to grow this year. So starting with 2023, this is the year you need to invest. Warren Buffett told us that when everyone is fearful, that's the best time for investors to invest. And there is no time in the present couple of years that's more fearful than now. There's a recession looming, there's so much inflation, there's so much gist in the market. But this is the time that if you can't scrape together any single money, you should be investing it in your favorite stocks or your favorite ETFs. This is the time where you need to dam your resources as much as possible and find a way to safeguard yourself in the future. Your 10-year-old self, yourself in 10 years is going to be very grateful because you made that decision today. If you look at all of the indicators, everything is bad. And I know it sounds like a broken record when I say record, invest. Simple. It's because I understand that this is the time. And if you've been an investor before, you're probably wondering, I invested, my money is already already down. My 10,000 is now 2,000. Yes, I understand. But find more to invest in this time, because now you're getting great companies at rock bottom bargain prices. So keep investing today, and you can keep doing. If you have to find a second hustle, find a way to ensure that you keep investing in this time. It's more important than ever in 2023.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello there, my name is Olusegun Shonubi. Here are the highlights of the stories and events that shaped my growing up years. They were indeed memorable, good old days. I was born at Ikeja General Hospital to the family of Alhaji Yunusa Olabisi and Alhaja Sabitiu Aduni Shonubi. My grandfather was the Olisa of Ijebu Ode, who had to abdicate the throne because he wanted to perform Hajj. Up till now in Ijebu Ode, our family is known and called Abinufoyele, someone who left his position in anger. My dad was a World War II veteran who joined the Federal Ministry of Trade and Industry after his discharge as trade fair officer, which afforded him the opportunity to travel around the world representing Nigeria at trade fairs. I am proudly a Mushin boy. I grew up on Olateju Street, the challenge area of Mushin. Contrary to the general impression of Mushin being a violent area, I found it very peaceful. There were area boys in those days too, and you hear names like Isa Alagbara, Bayo Ogundare alias Bayo Success, the Way Boys, Ojuwoye Boys. But in those days, there was what you could call cooperation among them. Their recalcitrant acts were not without limitations. They were feared, but certainly not bloodthirsty like today's area boys. I recall several times when either my friends, members of my family, or I lose anything, we will simply go to Baba Isa Alagbara, who was staying next to our house, and a notorious area father of the time in Mushin. He will use his network, and whatever was lost will be returned. There was also good communal living. Everybody seemed to know everybody in the area, and during celebrations, we were all like one big, happy family. I recall with fond memories the day I saw and met the legendary Ayinla Omowura Egun Mogaji. He had come to play for Bayo Ogundare alias Bayo Success, the first popular NURTW chairman and the henchman of the defunct National Party of Nigeria. Bayo Success had lost his mother and contracted Ayinla Omowura to play for him. Bayo Success, who equally lived in our area, had approached my dad to allow Ayinla Omowura, who came early for the occasion, to stay on our balcony till it was his turn to go on stage. A close encounter that would take a long time to leave one's memory. My growing up was memorable, but being from a polygamous home, my dad was not always at home, so my mom assumed both roles of father and mother. She was a strict disciplinarian. She would regularly search my school bag, and anytime she saw something that did not belong to me, she would start singing, "Ọmọ yín ò ṣàgbàfọ̀, ó ń kájọ wálé, ẹ rójú olè ẹ ò mú. Ọmọ yín ò ṣàgbàfọ̀, ó ń káṣọ wálé, ẹ rójú olè ẹ ò mú." Meaning your son is not a dry cleaner and he brings different clothes home. You did not arrest the thief. So every time I come back from school and I hear that song, I know hell would let loose that night. But she will allow me to eat dinner and sleep. She would then wake me up in the middle of the night, ask where I got the things from, and if not satisfied with my answer, would beat the hell out of me. Nobody taught me to stop putting what did not belong to me in my bag. The story of my education would not be complete without the mention of my elder sister, late Alhaja Busirat Olaide Quadri and Alhaji Tijani Olatunji Shonubi. Both of them encouraged me to be the best I could be. They sometimes would have paid for my school before my dad would be informed. The quality of education was high in my secondary school days. We had several foreign teachers, such as Indians, who taught us science subjects, and Ghanaian lecturers who taught the arts subjects like English and literature. In fact, it was one of those Indians who made me to like mathematics. It was equally during this period that I was introduced to the culture of reading, and I had read all the James Hadley Chase series and every other novel that I came across. One other thing that shaped my childhood and strengthened our extended family was that we started our family meeting in the 80s. During one of the meetings, we realized that some of my cousins, nieces and nephews were not doing well in their education. I then volunteered to move from house to house and family to family to check their school works. Anytime they know that I was coming, they will be up to date with their homeworks, which I will review. I would then encourage on what to be done going forward and even scolded them where necessary. It got to a state that most often their parents use me to threaten them if they don't face their academic work. Suffice it to say that majority of them have become successful and living in the United Kingdom and United States of America. Such is the joy of a motivator and a mentor. We are who we are today because of those strict and controlled upbringing we had. Our levels of morals are what they are today because we were taught of the value of dignity in labor. Whatever we have achieved modestly is as a result of the lessons in contentment ingrained in our subconscious mind. Yes, we have deviance in our time too, but they were not as rampant as what obtains today around us. But all hope is not lost. I am a believer in a Nigeria that will be great again if we all collectively resolve to make the difference. And I believe we can. We can begin to take steps towards changing the narrative. Our children, your children, my children, certainly deserve a better and brighter future, not memories of the good old days. As an ardent believer in this drive, I therefore join Sir Shemore Badejo in this patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala, just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, you know, I was going to earn like times 20, you know, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at Ikeja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the Amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So if a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, "Okay, why have you brought this woman here?" And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me. And when I finished, the guy just lost it. "How can you be talking to my wife?" I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house, just sitting on my own, and friends said, "Come on, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat." I said, "Birthday party? Oh yeah, let's go now, where's the venue?" So I went to the venue, we ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, "This is the bill." And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house, you invited me. I came to eat, now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally, within the legal bounds, without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of, you know, work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, you know, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you, just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information and help curb this is spread of information, educating people. And that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes. You know, your skin becomes fresh. Your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, you know, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is, when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, you know, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, you know, consume it and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. You know, always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada, I just want to go to the US, I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world, so you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews, you submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6-7 of them in the last 4-5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, I mean, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can. It's not as if, you know, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancies, too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. You know, give them, you know, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we you know, it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving. You know, so if Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, you know, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded, okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. You know, age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
I like rolling my strong this way. I call it strong. I call SK Popo. I call them strong because, as I said, it motivates me, it gives me energy, it makes me move. I'm addicted to Tramadol, Baba Blue. Everyone knows it as well. No, codeine, Benelin with codeine. Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. My name is Tunde Smith. I'm a drug addict and well, I'm here to tell you my story about drugs. I started taking drugs when I was 20. I was this kind of child then that I was always trapped in my house. My dad didn't always allow me to go out and my mom didn't always allow me to go out. So when I got out to the world after I finished secondary school and I spent 1-2 years at home out of frustration, then I started going out, meeting people, and that was when I now found out about SK. That's the street name outside. It got to a time that without it, I couldn't eat anymore. I was very, very much fatter than this, but I guess it's drugs that did this to me because I lost my appetite. I didn't know how to get it first of all. It was always a friend that always brought it for me. So when he was not around, when he had to go to school, leaving only me around, I had to wait for a while before I could find my way to get into the Zanga zone and get the drug, you understand? So it was very, very hard for me to hold on to it, saying, okay, fine, I won't take this thing for a long period of time. But when I had the chance to take it, I took it excessively. I took it like there was no tomorrow. I took it like that was the last one that was on earth, just to make me feel good. I won't say I'm proud to say I'm a drug addict, but well, I guess I found myself here and I have to actually tell myself the truth. So yes, I am a drug addict. I steal money from my mom, I steal money from my dad. I just try my best to get a shot of it a day at least. My curiosity always got the best of me when it came to drugs. So I moved on from just taking SK to taking other ones. And it got to a point in time, I tuned into hard drugs. So I was taking all of them together. I would take Tramadol, I would take Mochi, I would take all those kind of stuff. I would take them, just to know what this does and what this does. All those kind of drugs, they're very, very easy to get. All you can do is just go down to the pharmacy and just ask for it. You don't need prescriptions, you don't need anything. You just go there, you get it. Hard drugs like that, I call it hard because of what it does when you take a large amount of it, because the feeling it gives and everything like that. And it's so easy to get. It's like just to walk down the park and you get it so easy.
Psychologists receive phone calls day and night from addicts who want to give up drugs. Every 2 calls is about one particular medicine, tramadol.
Parents shouldn't give their children medications containing the narcotics codeine or tramadol.
Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. When I don't take it, it makes me feel like the whole world is on top of me. It makes me feel like I am nothing. I'm about to go get some supplies, talking about the usual stuff, everything, tramadol, popcorn and stuff like that, It's not an easy task getting these things and actually trying to get a video of it as well, but I just pray that I don't get caught. But I just want to show how easy it is to get these things at no extra cost. It's quite easy. Okay, this is where I have to pass if I want to go get, if I have to go get the stuffs, It's a very, very long way. It's a way it's known to everyone. Everyone knows that if you want to get drugs, this is the place to be if you're in Lagos, especially this Yaba side. You can see the environment is a place whereby it's not conducive, You can see everyone, no one knows I'm doing this. So, if I'm being caught over here, if anyone should just suspect that I'm doing something like this, I'm screwed already. Like, I'm literally screwed because the police is not going to come here on time. This place is so deep inside the location that I'm going to this stuff. Before the police gets here, I would have been dead. It's so sure about it. This place that I'm about to enter now, I want to go get tramadol. It's, as I said, it's just another shop, another pharmacy that you can just walk into and just get anything you want. Hello. Good afternoon. Do you have tramadol? Yeah? 100 milligrams. Okay, let me have one then. I'm asking for her now if I could get tramadol, and she says yes, she has it. I'm going to take 100 milligrams. That is about 5 pills. So I'm just going to wait for her and let her sell it to me. In the meantime, I'm showing you guys around the pharmacy, As I said, it's all being done secretly, so no one knows I'm actually doing this. As you've seen right here, this view that you're looking at is what we call Zanga. This, as you can see right there at the far right corner, you can see some guys sitting right there. I can't go down there because I'm not meant to do this kind of thing at all. If I'm caught doing this, that's it for me right there. But as you can see over there now, you can see those guys seated right there. Those are those people that take drugs. They're always there. This is where you can do anything you want. In fact, this place that you're looking at right here, it's not even on the Lagos State map. This place doesn't exist at all. This place is like it's meant to be a canal. There's a canal over there. That's where you see the bushes. Right at this corner, after this house, there's a canal that passes through that side. So all this place is meant to be like a gutter, But you can see houses everywhere. Everyone just trying to survive. Over this place that you're looking at, the guy that you're seeing over there, that's actually the dealer. Because he sees me standing here for so long, he's wondering what's up. He wants to come and meet me, but I'm just giving him the signals not to come yet, because I don't really want anybody to see me doing this. That's it for me. Tramadol, this is 250 milligrams of tramadol, just one pill. You have some people that take 2 sometimes, and they really want to get high. Then this one is the normal one, the ones that you get anywhere on the streets. Anywhere you go, you can just ask anyone and you get it. This is 100 milligrams. The normal dosage any normal guy that takes trams. when they start, this is what they start with, because before you get to 250, you have to like start with 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams. You can't just get up to here, you just get messed up. Rochi. This is Rochi. This one you take, this is just, this is 100 milligrams. Yeah, this is 100 milligrams, just one pill. Just one pill of this, and you're good to go. Having like the motivation to like come out and speak about this is because it wasn't easy for me as well. I had to like seek help from, you know, a doctor. When everything was going crazy for me, I had to like seek help medically, and they were the ones that gave me the motivation to like do what I'm doing here today. If there's anyone out there, that it's into drugs and feeling depressed, and you just feel that okay, fine, you want to step out, but you don't know how to. It can be hard, but it all starts by that step. It all starts by you just going out there and just seeking help. No one is going to like hunt you down. No one is going to arrest you. It's just about you just coming out and just saying this is it. Because that was the step I took.
Slick City Empire.
Hello, this is Plus Report. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uyime Elijah. We begin this week's package with maritime security. The Nigerian Navy ship NNS Beecroft Patrol Team has intercepted a large fiber boat containing over 90 drums of 250 liters each of petroleum motor spirit near Ijegun community in Lagos. The commander, NNS Beecroft Commodore Kolawole Oguntuga, said his team acted on credible intelligence and discovered the vessel abandoned near the community. Correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
Commodore Oguntuga said the remarkable feat under the ongoing Operation Waterguard, NNS Beecroft's patrol team successfully intercepted and seized a large fiber boat transporting illegally obtained premium motor spirit in the early hours of November 11. He said the perpetrators fled upon sighting the naval team. Oguntuga said the prevention of illicit acquisition of such volatile products does not only curb economic sabotage, but also prevents outbreak of fire, which may have dire consequences on life and property.
Apart from the fact that this product will not make premium motor spirit available for Nigerians, which the Nigerian Navy is trying to curb, it also has the potentials of triggering fire with catastrophic consequences on life and property. Apart from that, this is ill-gotten wealth, and I'm sure we are aware that ill-gotten wealth could be used to sponsor violence, to sponsor crime, to sponsor so many other vices, which the Nigerian Navy, under the leadership of Vice Admiral E.I. Ogala, is bent on curbing. And I want to use this opportunity to warn perpetrators of this nefarious act, particularly vessels that carry these products that try to compromise and give these products to these perpetrators to desist from this act. Because from now henceforth, apart from the fact that we are going to bring them to book, we might be tempted to use force, which could also mean deactivating vessels that are found indulged in this kind of economic sabotage.
In a related development, the NNS Beecroft Patrol Team and the maritime component of Operation Awase said it thwarted an illegal bunkering activity at Folu village in Ibejuleki, a town along the boundary between Lagos and Ogun states.
Where that Operation Waterguard, the vessels that have been assembled to carry out, to execute this operation are enormous. And we also have quick response teams stationed along the coast from Badagry down to Lekki. So we are making the waterways unconducive for these perpetrators to have freedom of action. So, based on intelligence as well, and of course, deploying the state-of-the-art facility, I'm talking about the Falcon Eye facility, we also gathered that products in jerry cans were being brought from neighboring states, and they are being transferred into trucks, into tankers. And of course, men were deployed there. And when we go to the community is Folu, the name of the community is Folu in Ibeju. It's a border community between Lagos State and Ogun State. And behold, what we found there was that 18,000 liters tanker with products suspected to be AGO, with pumping machines, OCs, and jerry cans. Of course, the perpetrators fled on sighting the men, but were able to apprehend the truck and other equipment that are being used. And I want to use this opportunity to appeal to parents and guardians to warn their children and their wards to avoid this kind of illicit behavior. Because going forward, the Nigerian Navy and other security agencies will become very, very hard on them.
The items are still in the base for further investigation in line with standard procedure. The Nigerian Navy assured that it will apply force to end these illegalities in order to enhance the maritime economic prosperity in Nigeria. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
Indeed, that was a remarkable feat achieved under the ongoing Operation Waterguard NNS Beecroft Patrol Team. We say kudos. Moving maritime security to legislative business now. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, unveiled the legislative agenda of the 10th House of Representatives with a commitment to deploy every legislative instrument towards meeting the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians. The official unveiling took place at plenary. Plus TV Emmanuel Ehijene completes this report.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, unveiled the 10th House legislative agenda entitled The People's House. During the launch, the Speaker says the 10th legislative agenda is rooted in the fundamental belief that the primary role as lawmakers is to serve the best interests of constituents. Abbas says though the House recognizes the diverse needs and challenges currently facing the nation, it is optimistic that together President Bola Tinubu will provide long-lasting solutions to set Nigeria on a sure path of development.
The legislative agenda of the 10th House of Representatives, aptly titled The People's House, is rooted in the fundamental belief that our primary role as lawmakers is to serve the best interests of our constituents. We recognize the diverse needs and challenges currently facing our nation. Despite this, we are optimistic that together with His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will provide long-lasting solutions to save Nigeria on the sure path of development.
His Senate counterpart, who was also present at the launch, Godswill Akpabio, also lauded the House for leading the way in unveiling its legislative agenda, saying when the Senate also presents its own, it would ensure it does not depart from the agenda of the House.
I believe that we have gone beyond the call of tradition, and we have reason to respond to the call of our dear nation, Nigeria. We have wrapped this agenda around issues germane and crucial to our national development. And you have committed yourselves to supporting the executive arm of government, led by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to succeed in the renewed hope agenda already espoused by the Secretary to Government of the Federation.
On his part, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, praised the Speaker for the initiative. He says a focused and forward-looking legislature is a panacea for a thriving democracy in any nation.
Particularly Nigeria deserves a legislature with experience, tested and determined leadership that recognizes the importance of effective lawmaking as a vehicle for socio-economic development. The agenda will have come to large manifestation. The high quality of leadership of membership, the House of Representatives, and a demonstration of their commitment to service.
The legislative agenda is designed to provide the necessary legislative support to the 8-point agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu Renewed Hope Agenda.
Nigerians are indeed looking towards getting better legislations from the National Assembly, even as the various committees begin sitting and oversight functions. It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. I am so excited about this report, which celebrates womanhood. It's a book launch. The role of women in nation building has been re-echoed through a book titled Peleruwa. The book, written by Associate Professor of Psychiatry and newspaper columnist Dr. Femi Olugbile, co-author, was unveiled in Lagos. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was there and now reports.
It is the launch of the book Peleruwa. It reveals the untold story of gender politics in early colonial Lagos and Nigeria. The book encapsulates the historical foundation of Lagos and Yoruba land. It beams a searchlight on a woman, Alimotu Peleruwa, a heroine in Yoruba land. Dr. Femi Olugbile is the author of Peleruwa. He shares more insights into the content of his book.
In the course of my work, I met Alhaja Abibatu Mogaji, and I found her to be very powerful and very inspirational, despite the fact of her limited education. And then when I read history further and I discovered Peleruwa, who is actually a true historical figure, I found some commonalities between those three characters, and I decided to look further into the character of Peleruwa. And that's what I found was that many things that happened to her were emblematic of developments of Lagos in her time, and she had a very major impact. And a lot of those things can be transformational if the present generation can imbibe them.
The book is captivating and compelling as it offers a fresh perspective on lesser-known aspects of Lagos history. Dr. Olugbile believes that Peleruwa would deeply impact its readers.
All the children of Lagos should read about Peleruwa. They should read this book. I think it will help to connect them with their past and help them to recognize that they have within themselves great power that they need to tap into, they need to connect with, and they need to carry forward to help. There may have been some difficult things happening in the recent past, discouraging people and making them feel low about themselves. If they read empowering testimony about their actual past, then it can make people connect to their inner selves and lead their children to have great responsibilities and give this task for better living for all of us.
The reviewer, Bashirun J.K. Russell, recommended the book to all and sundry, describing Kwelawura as brave and combative.
So that God will continue to hear our request. So to call down all the holies now, let me invite Mr. M.O. Dawson to come and give us the opening prayer. To other compound matters, the author occasionally lapses into racial profiling.
Olugbele has authored 6 books, including Lonely Men, Leader, 10 Ahead, Bartolika, Heroes, and the latest edition, Kwelawura.
Whilst Kwelawura was in charge of the market, women and men then, Abba Macaulay was practically the leader of the political leader as at then, and they both contributed a lot to what we now enjoy as our Lagos. So I'm very happy with the author for putting it down, and we also encourage other Lagosians and some other people that are very knowledgeable, that have experience, to share their experiences by putting it down so that generations yet unborn can go back to those books and read.
And this book will just complete history. And there are many more books like this that should come out to show the role of women. As for the author himself, I'm not surprised that he's such a wonderful author, because even as a psychiatrist, he's one of the best psychiatrists Nigeria has ever produced. So whatever he does very, very well.
According to the author, Kwelawura was the founder of the Lagos Women Market Association, the first in Nigeria. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Yes, you will agree with me that the role of women in nation building cannot be overemphasized, and as such, women should be more visible in the decision-making process of government. Let's talk agriculture and food security now. From statistics available in the country, Nigeria post-harvest losses today stands at 3.5 trillion naira, meaning about 94.5 billion annual losses per 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, if shared equally. This was the submission of stakeholders during a conference on ways to achieve food and nutrition security in the country held in Abuja. Plus TV Emmanuel Ehijeni completes this report.
The message was delivered by Action Aid Nigeria in collaboration with Small Scale Women Farmers Organization and the CAADP Non-State Actors Group at a conference in Abuja on Tuesday. Recall that in July 2023, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu declared a state of emergency on food security situation in the country. For now, the key areas to address these losses is to focus on reducing this alarming rate of post-harvest losses through the provision of access to processing and storage facilities for farmers in the country.
So we are talking about where there is quick win. Provide communities with processing facilities. If they are doing massively rice, provide them with rice processing facilities. If they are doing massively cassava, provide them with cassava processing facilities. If it is maize, different value chain, and we can get that. Then you can also see that access to transport is only 10%. So we are in a dire situation. So imagine if we can save 3.5 trillion into our economy through this type of investment. This support should be given to cooperatives. Let them own it and run it.
One of the key areas for quick wins and results for our food and nutrition security is to focus on reducing our alarming post-harvest losses. Post-harvest losses is one of the foremost challenges faced by smallholder farmers, especially women in communities in Nigeria. It devastates our efforts and income, leaving us poorer and continues to hinder Nigerians' food and nutrition security.
The group also stated that 133 million Nigerians are living in poverty, and out of this number, 106 live in rural areas with agriculture as their major occupation, which is why the government must invest heavily in agriculture.
But Nigeria's economic growth has not delivered inclusivity, resulting in widespread and alarming poverty and inequality across the country. Economic growth can only be inclusive if it reduces both poverty and inequality. Therefore, if smallholder women farmers are to benefit from the implementation of this agreement, trade barriers facing women must be dismantled through adequate investment, public investment in agriculture, especially in post-harvest losses, reduction support. With this investment going towards processing facilities, storage facilities.
The group also made some recommendations.
The president and the state governors should take charge of the agriculture sectors for our food and nutrition security by deliberate massive investment, especially in post-harvest losses reduction. Number 3, the federal and state government should concentrate on small cottage processing and storage facilities in communities based on different commodities to the own operated, sustained and expanded by smallholder women farmers cooperative.
The group is convinced that with adequate processing and storage facilities for Nigerian farmers, the agriculture sector can contribute greatly to the GDP of the country.
And lastly, to labor and economic matter. The Private Telecommunication and Communication Senior Staff Associate of Nigeria, TECSAN, has condemned what it described as act of brutalization and dehumanization of the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajaero. This was contained in a communique issued by the union at the end of its second quadrennial National Delegates Conference, which held in Lagos recently. Details in this report.
In the struggle for our men, there is victory.
It is yet another 4 years, and members of the Private Telecommunications and Communications Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, TECSAN, have gathered for their second quadrennial conference. President of TECSAN, Okpeyemi Tomori, released the journey of the union from the challenges of COVID-19 to the present economic challenges, including how the exchange rate has affected business performance, union membership and grievances, among others.
It has been a challenging mix for all our members in the private communications industry as well, when we consider the effects on the home front, where whatever has been sustaining the family couldn't pay the bills any longer.
The comrades are not unaware of the biting macroeconomic challenges as they called on President Bola Tinubu to address the downturn. They also shared their reservations about the issue between the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Imo State government.
Sincerely, it's barbaric because we're in a place where we have police for thug to attack a citizen, not even because Comrade Ajaero is the president of the union. It's barbaric, it's not fair. We should have right to life, and dignity should be attached to everybody's life. So the government cannot play an ostrich to this, because truthfully they are aware. Because now you can look at it, we remove subsidy, and at the same time we are now buying Yacht. We are buying 160 million vehicle for our people. So I believe that if subsidy is the only thing being enjoyed by the citizen, we should leave it.
The macroeconomic policies, particularly the management of the forex, the other relates to energy and what impact that has on local manufacturing and local production and jobs. Because for PTECSAN, they in services industry, telecoms, they rely a lot on energy, electricity, they rely a lot on diesel, they rely on all kinds of energy. The same thing with people who do direct manufacturing in textile, in chemical, in food, So a lot of our members are really groaning.
Yeah, we condemn that fully as Texan for the attack on the president of NLC. It is something that is so uncalled for, and it's a very bad signal when things like that start happening to leaders, especially leaders of unions. Regarding the economic situation in the country, everyone is affected, and we expect that we would get a presidency that can actually react accordingly.
The conference is themed Empowering the Future and Navigating Digital Frontiers. Members say digital transformation is important to improve business efficiencies.
Digital transformation in telecommunication is highly important to improve businesses, increase operational efficiencies, and provide ultimate customer experience. It is the process of incorporating the latest tech in the drive of organizational growth and gain in a competitive environment.
We had known members, but now we have branches that we can be proud of that we have. And also we have been able to negotiate a collective bargaining agreement, which means the working conditions are improved for our members.
Texan says it is poised more than ever before to fight against anti-labor activities within the information and communications technology sector, as well as go after multinationals that hide under the name of outsourcing to enslave workers.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. And also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your job. Everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions, such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold, or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, When you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do.
Don't mind this.
We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
Welcome to TW Conversations, where ladies discuss very burning issues and trash them out. Today, we shall be talking about a controversial topic, the culture of silence. And
isn't silence induced by culture or the other way around?
Hold that thought. We'll be back.
Okay.
Welcome back to the lounge, TW Conversations. So today we're talking about the culture of silence. And so, ladies, when you hear culture of silence, what comes to your mind?
I was asking, isn't the fact that ladies are silent about a lot of things induced by culture?
Oh, yes,
I find it's a bit of an oxymoron.
Yeah, culture kind of expects, in fact, this discussion seems like it's going to be a very heated one today. So I think they're growing up, they sort of tell you already that there's a way you should treat some issues, there are some things you should just never discuss. So obviously you grow up knowing that don't ever talk about it, even if you're dying, maybe.
So culture affects
society
whether you are silent about things. Mm-hmm. So what do you think, Saudat?
Does this have to do with the gender? It's skewed towards the female?
Yes, we have more of it than
That's
men
why
do.
I asked the question, what comes to your mind once the culture of silence is mentioned?
For me, I see it's like etiquette. Because it's not everything you say. And in today's, no, really, it's not everything you say. You have to learn to hold in pain sometimes. But you see, nowadays everybody wants to talk about everything. We just want to talk, share our business, everything that is happening at home. Someone send you an SMS, you screen grab it and show it to the whole world.
Okay, no, I mean,
culture, everything we want to share. Yes.
That is not the matter of culture of silence. That is people being talkative and putting everything out there. When we're talking culture of silence, we're talking about people keeping silent about what they should be talking about. Not necessarily pain, but is that what comes to your mind? Pain comes to your mind.
Pain comes to my mind. Then again, as a Muslim, we're supposed to be seen, but not heard. So you're not supposed to, be going all about saying so many things.
So your opinion is dictated and affected by your religion?
Yes, to a large extent, yes.
Good. All right, Chisom.
I also believe culture, in my perception, I think this whole keeping silent reflects on some of the things the society tells us to say and some of the things they think they take for granted. Like, when I was growing up, I was always bullied in school and randomly at home and things like that. Not home, but I mean my community, because of my body size. And even one time I repeated a class and I could not own up to tell like my cousins or people around me that I was repeating a class because that came all the way from primary 4 to secondary school. How are you now repeating a class? So, you're now dumb or something of that sort, and sometimes you walk on the street or people just sexually harass you by even what they say.
That was the word I was thinking I would have heard.
Yes,
talk about the culture of silence. Yes. Everybody is thinking sexual harassment. Sexual harassment.
So we keep quiet about harassment. A father is doing that to a child, and if they know, they are saying, hush, hush, don't let anybody know the father is doing that.
Even the mothers are the ones that actually say,
please don't bring shame to
our
family.
Don't tell anybody else so that I can keep my marriage.
Exactly.
Yes, so that nobody knows. The same thing, yes, with abuse of any type.
What all of you are telling me is that the culture of silence is always, underneath it, is some form of pain. Some form of abuse, some negativity,
because if it's shame. I mean, if it's something good, everybody would want to share and let everybody know about it.
Because when we're talking about being single, somebody passed a comment that they say don't tell anybody. When you first get engaged, you don't tell anybody, just in case they jinx it. So that it might finish.
That's spirituality.
Like if you tell anyone, it will spoil it. Don't tell anybody. Like someone will come and put their hand in your stomach and take it away. All those things are strange. That's not a big deal.
Also.
But is it right?
But that's not pain.
You can't share your news.
That's not pain.
Yes, so can't you share your good news? I'm getting married.
Okay.
People are bad people. It's not everything you open up.
You see, so it's pretty cultural.
It is. No, but etiquette, I'm saying this etiquette as well, because it's not just the culture of the Africans. It's also, the British and all this. There's just some things.
Stiff upper lip.
Yes, stiff upper lip. Just keep quiet. There's just some things you have to keep quiet about. But you see, I think that if there's going to be good in it, like when we're talking about sexual abuse, I don't think that is something you're going to keep quiet about. But if you're going to talk about it, it's not that you're going to talk about it to the world. Go to where you should go report to the police and do what you need to do. But just don't start chanting,
You bring me to a good question. So why do you think people keep silent when they are being inflicted with pain?
Because it's expected. For instance, I'll give you someone got divorced recently and she went on social media and expressed herself. And some people didn't see that was her own way of coping with her pain. They now said, is it everything that we need to know on social media? And I'm thinking, at that point, she just felt like if everybody knows, maybe she'll feel relieved. Maybe she'll feel relieved from the whole thing. She's been holding it for so long, obviously. So for her to vent, I don't think it's okay for people to dictate to you how you should.
Sometimes, Anne, it's timing.
Okay.
Yes, because I've been divorced for 9 years. I'd never given an interview. So, but the more I shared it with other women that were in abusive relationships came out. So I had calls to counsel and everything. So I was at this program last year in November, and I shared with how I coped with some women. And a lady just walks up to me and goes, I like the way you're comfortable with sharing this, and it's helping a lot of people. Would you come on my show? I've never, ever talked about in full. So I gave a full interview.
That's
yes.
Because when Anne was talking, I was going to say, you know, this is almost opposite to what Saudat had just said. Saudat had said it depends on who you talk to.
Yes.
It depends on how you talk.
Yes.
And therefore, it is how and the when that matters. And that's the point.
Yes.
And then what you've just said, there's a positivity about it. Something positive is coming out of it. People are learning, and you are healing.
Yes, I'm healing as well.
And healing, but see how long it took you.
You know, yes, it will. I told a smaller group, and then the group got bigger, and it got bigger, and now it's on YouTube.
But eventually, when it happened,
finally got on social media.
Finally got
the first time when you were going through it.
No, it was tough.
So you didn't speak to anybody?
No, not at all. Well, first you were told not to speak to anybody.
That's the culture.
Yes, that's the culture of silence.
Did you have close friends you spoke to?
Anybody to confide in?
At first, nobody at all. Okay. Then, of course, they'll tell you in church, don't tell anyone. Then your mother will tell you. I asked my mom one day when she took me to the hospital, I said, Mom, how old were you when you wanted to leave Dad? Because at the time my mom, she said, about your age, but you're not leaving. And you can't tell anybody that you want to go. And I just burst into tears. I started crying because I felt trapped. Because even my mom wouldn't let me say anything.
I like that word, trapped. So, Chisom, when you were being bullied, when you just were being hated, did you feel you had to be silent about it?
Well, I think so. I think yes, because I just felt like nobody really understood me. So even communicating with anybody about it seemed...
So it wasn't because somebody told you not to tell people. It was just your own...
I mean, everybody's actions already was enough information and vibes to tell me
you didn't think you had support.
Yes, I didn't need to say it out because all the energy around me wasn't even letting me voice out. And it was sort of a good thing because it made me look forward to better days because I just realized that, you know what, I don't want to be in this position all my life. And I think that's where I started to think about the point where I need to break close and it has to start with me first.
Very good. Yes. Because we've talked about, different people, you said, so somebody tells you not to talk about it. Yes. So there's suppression. And then you're looking for support. Maybe people just don't even believe you at all. Yes, and so there is that problem. And then Chisom has brought up something very strong. How about finding the strength from inside and from self? And we will discuss that when we come back shortly. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back. You're welcome back to the lounge, where today we're discussing the issue of the culture of silence. And we've covered the basis, the reasons for silence, the pain people feel, and why they keep silent, whether they've been instructed or because they've decided by themselves. And I say people. Yeah. The reason I say people is, my next question is the culture of silence only with women?
I don't think it's gender specific, because I think men are also...
I think men are actually more silent. But the things they're silent on are...
Ego.
Yes, it's about their egos.
Ego-driven, so.
Men don't like to be vulnerable. So for you to get a man, even your husband, to tell you anything, the office burns down, he'll just come home. Are you okay? I'm fine. Then somebody will call you, I heard that your husband's office burnt down. Honey, why didn't you tell me? What would you have been able to do anyway?
I'm sending you what value.
So if we're saying, from what I'm hearing, the reason why men are silent could be different from the reason why women are silent. Yes. Okay, I see everybody is just saying that in a chorus. So what's the difference?
The men suppress empathy that is how we have, what will I say, what word am I going to use? Those are they have been raised.
We are looking for.
Don't cry. Don't show vulnerability.
We're trying to get a single father to come talk with us about it. It just seemed like, man, stigma. So I'll now be saying that I'm single. No. So we couldn't get a man that was single and proud.
I'm a single dad.
I'm proud to be. And there are men that are doing this. Yeah, there are men that are doing this successfully.
Yes.
But they just won't, share that experience.
So men don't look for empathy, number one. Have the issue of power. Could it be possible that somebody is silent and using it as power?
Yes.
Well,
in the workplace, it's typical. I wanted to ask. I know that people in the corporate world say there's a glass ceiling when it comes to women advancing. So sometimes I understand it, sometimes I don't. How do you know there's a glass ceiling? How do you, when you get to enough to push it, do they tell you to stop? Do the men tell you to stop?
So are you talking to the issue of men being silent as power? Because
yes, there's an unspoken. Women seem to know where to stop when it comes to politics.
They don't know. I don't know that.
We don't have a woman vying for governor, president.
I don't think women know where to stop. They stop where they're forced to stop.
Who does that forcing? Yes. What says to them that this is the boundary? Who tells them that?
What happens is that they tell you that. See, people tell you. Some children don't know boundaries and they keep going, especially if they have a good role model, their father, and he's pushing them, and the woman is just going. But if you find out the average woman, she knows that there's a particular position that no matter what she does, she would not get, especially maybe because there are no role models there. She doesn't know a woman that has been in that place. So you see a number of women that are going, that are leaders, are in leadership positions. It's probably because their father pushed them. Their husband pushed them. So they have some sort of support that is not allowing them to be silent about stuff. Some women are very, in those days we had warriors.
Are you ascribing silence to the reason why women cannot go past the glass ceiling?
Sometimes it's not men that even actually do it. Yes. I worked in an organization.
Silence as in not saying their mind.
Another woman.
Or expressing what they want.
Another woman that's your boss that will say, I don't want this small girl to challenge me in this position. You may be smarter than her, twice as fast. And she just decide, I'm going to keep you on a certain level. You cheeky little sod. I've been here 24 years. You come here in 4 years and you think you're all that.
And you reckon the reason she's able to do it is because you're silent.
Yes, because if you
in
speak
that
out,
case,
you might get away with
what would you have been doing?
I find it very interesting when people say stuff like they work in offices where, okay, let's say you hear that they're going to sack some people, and then you can walk up to your boss and say, I hear that they're going to let off people in this department. Is my name on the list?
Can you say
I find it, people do that.
You say that. How can you say that? You can say that.
I mean, how can you say that?
To know if my name's on the list.
Now we've gotten to the point about the difference between the genders when it comes to silence or using your voice to get what you want. A man would not be shy to find out. He sees it as a survival thing.
Yes, let me know what I have to deal with.
I mean, I'm as an asset in this office. I need to know what my stand. I need to know. So let me know if I'm applying for another job. So why can't I ask?
But there's just some things I just feel you shouldn't. I don't know.
Maybe you're just conservative. Might that be? Yes.
A lady shouldn't be so forward.
I want to know if you're sacking me when I'm going to be hungry and living under the bridge.
You know what?
Nobel India telling me that
she is saying what women do, actually.
Which is true.
A lot of women would not say it the way she's saying it, but in action,
that's what they would
do. They are silent. That's what they would do. They would sit, it's almost like sitting like a lame duck. They're going to sack you. You're going to wait until that sack letter comes.
I had a run-in with a chairperson on a board I was executive secretary on, and she said to me, don't come up against me because I will take you down. And I said to her, you didn't have the right to and you couldn't. So when she left my office, my secretary came, Auntie, please, she's very big and powerful. She can really actually. I said, no problem, I'm going to handle this. I said, I'd rather resign than be forced to do what she was asking me to do. So I just called 3 members of the board. I needed a quorum. And I said, this was the situation, and I would resign. I would rather do that than... And they said, okay, we'll call an emergency board meeting and we'll support your resignation. Okay. I didn't have to challenge her. I didn't want to do that whole. It was just too messy.
So they sort of agree.
Yes, that she's actually quite.
So Dion, you're probably
Powerful
one
enough
of
to
the
kowtow.
ones
Make
that
kowtow.
Yes. are outspoken enough.
Yes.
Can I move this conversation to the current rave?
Me Too.
The Me Too movement.
Yeah. Because that is exactly what she has done. She
Because-
lost her position.
Yeah, because the Me Too movement is the sexual harassment issue. Big sexual harassment issue at the moment. What do you think about the Me Too movement?
Well, what happened to her is Me Too movement. She lost her own position.
Yes.
Because she's not supposed to challenge somebody else. And this is what has happened. If you notice the Me Too movement, everybody, what they are talking about are things that have happened years ago.
Yes.
And the reason, and they all lost fame, fortune, and so many things happened to them because they challenged. They were not supposed to speak up and challenge who they're not supposed to
It's
challenge.
almost the opposite. My
In those
opinion.
days.
No, my opinion about the Me Too is silent for a season and then no longer silent. So they did not lose by it.
Yes, but
They
were
did not
silent
lose
then.
by
But
it.
they were silent then.
And then you're wondering why they
Why
kept
were
quiet.
they silent?
But
And that was
it
it.
goes back to that thing about timing. Maybe in that time, it wouldn't have had the same strength. It's gathering now.
maybe there's strength in numbers.
Yes, so maybe there's
Yeah.
strength in numbers because
They
timing
always
is
had
very, very
numbers.
key. We said that earlier.
I would love
Yes.
to share a story.
Okay.
So when I was younger, in my secondary school, we used to have low cuts. So I had to go to the barber salon to always cut my hair every 2 weeks. And I remember one period, I would go there and the barber would touch my boobs. And he would say, "What?" And he would say, "You're the small girl that I knew." Yes, and he would say, "You're the small girl I knew when you were very little and now you're in secondary school." And I would come back and not say anything to my parents. Oh my God, I feel like my mom's going to kill me when she watches this. Well, I would come back and not say anything to them. And that was because I was scared at what he could possibly do, or scared at what my parents could also possibly do to him. And it would still be chisoms for, yes, and all. But now I just come out and I say...
Going back there, or did you try to stop
Yes,
going?
for some period of, for some point I had to. And my mom had already paid in advance. So all I had to do was just come and cut my hair, and I think I saw him a few years ago, 2 years ago or something, and he saw me and he was just staring at me. And I looked at him and I said, "Just look at all this." I said, "Just look at all this,
But she was protecting. That's what happens to domestic violence. Some of us, it's not because somebody has told you to keep quiet, but because you are kind of still thinking of that person.
Yes.
First of all, will they believe me? Second of all, they might actually do something, they might kill him. So you're actually sacrificing self.
You touched on a very, very important point. Will they believe me?
Yeah.
It's
That's
the
really
reason
first
many
thought. A lot of
people
people
are
that are
quiet.
molested
Yes,
actually
many
don't
people
talk.
are molested, don't talk about it because
True.
they're not sure they'll be believed. So
There's the case in court now, the Koyi girls that were molested on the street. It was a friend of mine, she came out of her office and she saw boys from the Obalende Grammar School or something trying to cut the underwear of girls on the street. So she put it on social media straight away. It's in court at the moment. So, and at first the girls wouldn't talk. Their parents were
despite the
afraid
fact
that it
that-
would backfire.
Yeah.
The Commissioner
their
for
parents were
yes,
afraid,
the Commissioner
not
for
just
Education in
them.
Lagos State got in on it the next day.
Okay.
But at the point, the thing dried up in court because they wouldn't talk. They were terrified that the backlash would be too
the
much.
fear
But
of
now it's
backlash.
actually going to trial.
The
now,
fear
yes,
of backlash.
the fear
Even
of backlash.
the Me Too movement
It's
is the fear of backlash in
it.
terms of career. They were afraid that they would not get those roles
Any
in
longer.
film
Yes.
and things, and they would be. Do you know society also can come against you because you talk, and then everybody is afraid to deal with you.
Do you know that there are some people that actually say things like, "What were you doing there?" They try to question what you're saying. What were you wearing? You must have provoked the man. It must have been something you did or said. Or why were you in his house?
Some people are like, well, she shouldn't have been showing cleavage anyway. It will make men want to touch her. Why can't he learn self-control?
Exactly.
Look at
What is
last,
uh-huh.
look
So?
at last party, or what do you call it, this show that one of these artists did,
Okay, yes, the
and
one
the
that they
rapes
said,
that happened
yes,
in Imo or where did they, or
in
Warri or
the
somewhere,
East,
and in the East, in
the
Southeast,
girls were
and they
improperly
raped a number of
dressed.
girls there in the show.
Come on.
I know the question was, you two, what are you doing at
a show, wearing a short
that kind of
skirt?
show?
Okay, what do you think is the role of police in all of this?
Our
Law
police,
enforcement.
First and foremost.
I just want, I want, what do you think is it? Because we're talking about not being believed, and then you're
Well,
meant to be
there's
protected
lines.
by the police, and
They have, MPF have lines that you call.
Yes.
They have WhatsApp group, whatever, that you call if you're in danger. But you see, sometimes when you go, some of them have welfare centers in Lagos, family welfare units, but they're untrained. So they have something that's called a special constable. I have a friend that has a Child Dignity Foundation. She's a special constable. She can make arrests.
Okay.
But she understands those things, the welfare position. So she can go in and make a citizen's arrest and then follow it up in the police station. But most police people don't understand. You come, your husband meet you, and sorry, madam, it's a domestic, go home now. Why are you reporting your husband? What's wrong with you? Something not private.
No, by the way, that's not just in Nigeria. Domestic abuse is generally not taken seriously by police worldwide.
No.
Even in the
they prosecute on your behalf now. It's no longer like
that's
that.
just now.
Yes.
But for a long time,
it wasn't taken seriously.
No,
yes.
even before you get to the point where they take action, the first reaction is, "What, madam? What did you do? Can we just talk to both of you and settle it?" So is it a gender issue whereby the opposite? Are they protecting?
No, well, women are beating men now, so you can't say that.
Because if I know, for instance, that if I do that to my husband, I'm going to get away with it, then a lot of women have probably started to take that as a leverage. So maybe it's good. It's probably safe to say let's investigate. Let's see that it's not like the first time they called, they broken your head and they're saying let's investigate. And that's
so you believe the mindset is changing?
I think it's
especially with how about parents? Do you think parents are now up to it to ensure that their children, I want to say their children, not just their daughters, would speak up if they're in the case of an abuse? For example, the kind of examples Chisom has given, it could be boys, it could be girls. So what do you think parents ought to be doing to ensure that this culture of silence is not continued, perpetuated?
I think that a parent should make your child, it's your duty to make your child comfortable enough to be able to have some sort of discussions. Because sometimes, I know growing up, we didn't quite call our sex organs the real names. And I know that it's important for a child to feel comfortable enough to say, this is what it is and this is what was touched, without thinking that, what were you doing with uncle or whatever. People, it's confidence, really. I think that if my child is comfortable enough with me, then even if they didn't know how exactly to say it, they can insinuate it and I'm sensitive enough to
And if the perpetrators know that somebody would believe this child and do something, they probably will not do what they're doing.
Exactly.
So, finishing thoughts, I want to let us talk about the workplace some more. Because the culture of silence in the workplace is not just sexual harassment. You touched on it. Why do you imagine that in the workplace there's that culture of silence, whether with men or women? Power.
Yeah, you can't take us further, especially in a country like Nigeria right now. We need to empower the right minds to govern us from the top. So even if, I'm not going to female, male, whatever, we're empowering some wrong people and that we're sending the wrong message to people who may actually be able to do the job. So they say, well, for me to get there, I have to behave like that person. I have to grab the power.
Because I see that even within men in the workplace, there is a culture of silence.
Yes.
They know their bosses are doing things wrong and they don't stop.
There are no jobs. When I talk, I lose my job.
That's topic for another day. Economic hardship.
Yes,
but before we go,
because that is why
I was going to say, can you just say your last thoughts about, especially because you talked about, abuse. So what do you think your generation needs?
I think my generation needs to find their inner self and be able to speak the truths, the absolute truths, and stop trying to behave or want to be like other people just so you are part of it. And I know it's okay because we're trying to be vain and dramatic and be so expressive and extra, but come on, guys. Like, come on, guys. You know, like, do the right thing and just be the truth.
Thank you, Sadat. You were talking.
Well, for me, yes, the whistleblower, I think, came about because of the culture of silence. Culture of silence. So it's not about you being the amebo. It's just about us saying the right thing. Are you sure of what you have seen? Are you sure that whatever you're going to say is going to help make change? I think that should guide us in whatever we're saying.
Despite your religion, that if what you're going to sound out about is going to help make change, go for it.
Go for it, yes.
Dion.
Oh, simple and short. I'd like to whistle blow. Any ideas about anything in life? I kind of like the cash at the end of that tunnel. So I will be very unsilent about things that. Oh yeah, as long as there's something attached to it.
That's good.
I'll speak for women, maybe from the family angle and marriage. I would say that whatever it is you're going through, find somebody to express yourself, because your sanity at the end of the day, no matter how much you're tolerating whatever the man is doing to you, if you're crazy, he's not going to want you either. So please find somebody. If you can't say it all out, find someone to express yourself, and please speak up before you die or before it gets too late.
Thank you very much, Anne. That was well said. So thank you for joining us today on TW Conversation, and we hope that our conversation in the lounge today will help somebody speak up when they have a reason to, and to also help encourage people to not suppress that voice, to look out for signs that people might actually be suffering and need to speak up and not suppress it. Thank you very much. See you next time.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. and we were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night, and then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that were left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, when Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we are not eating, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny. Like, so I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you dey go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go say, then go come carry you tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, 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 like, upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information, and I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the third day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I'm like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And we're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hillock. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hillocks. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hillocks. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was so I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere, you're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the Hilux again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the Hilux, and then the guys would sit around the Hilux. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the Hilux again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the Hilux and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not something, sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I'm asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home. And I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the Hilux, the speed at which the Hilux was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the Hilux and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them, and if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages we didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room. And then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down, and then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it. I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem, so we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time, we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions, where are we going to, where are we going to, and all. So I did ask him, I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you are going to, you will have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this people that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, now see they begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And you know, for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. I could hear myself crying, and I was just crying, as in, you know, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That, yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything, and I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I knew the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we're in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya, and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me, because already I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in the connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there, and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But it's very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere, that if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said they were searching, maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. And the man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. Then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier, the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life? Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she know they work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I'd rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mashe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that. That is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her. That she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool working for them. Say you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But I felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent 1 year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that 1 year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me. So I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart. And this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me to wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all, and up until then I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well, and eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guests at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy, welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada, pleased to see you again.
Hello, Messi, nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Messi, nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have two callings from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I'll say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility, is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka,
Yeah.
do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that, we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the nets of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping How are they helping the people, the church members, and all that? But not the religion.
Thank you. I would like to call in,
politics.
at this point, I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose, can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes. Pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist, and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church, the mosque and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax, I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, regular church activities, right? Away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talked about education, because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call the names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I'm sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. If you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with a 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. My kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is,
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has 2 threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent. And churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors, civil society is accountable to government, civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. It will be difficult to maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
You had power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anene?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. When we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you are going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business, and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes to just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's done 9.
more than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church. Religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck-breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency. I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you were not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we had rightly pointed out. Do you think the points made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability, because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable. And I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious. And topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria.
Yes,
and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods. And we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to, traditional worshippers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the the process. This conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, you know, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, with Ose's conversation, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, you know, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Ndidi, I am happy you're reacting. I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background. Your mother is a professor. You literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I mean, I would try to wrap my head here. I will be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, you know, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, you know, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Mercy. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Mercy, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, you know, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Al-Majiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drug. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the Northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the Northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Mercy.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first step for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is thinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you allow it, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry any group of boys, indoctrinate them, and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the result of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetrate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Ndi, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Ndi said, if you listen to what Ndi's argument is clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay, I have a problem where, you know, one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. You have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it. And I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have, the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to, throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. So there appears to be a strategic, argument behind, the population, drive that we see happening in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst, the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time. And, asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi? Because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, but at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform laws that govern the northern district.
Contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you, agreeing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay, but maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
Okay. I'll get to Tolulope's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with Ose's fox in the fire at this point is that, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. They have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. The restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, I can't seem to find the answer to this. This is like this. It looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. This side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there is another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches get this scrutiny that, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. Every day we're like, this is what the economy looks like today. They are fetching from pension funds. And yes, they are fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew another big chunk of money. These are the number of people. This is the theft going on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, no, this rot is the same, and the help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings, and money goes into these things, people fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
What is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. If, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We're thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bielsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think up any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our president, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jama'ah local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil state, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Ndi. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remark?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church, for example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities. That should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up and nobody can rely on the money from Bayelsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay, those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us, we have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tolulope.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. Each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests. Ose Anene Ndikato, your input, brilliant input. Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulokwe. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I will be talking about multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Victor Onyekere will be discussing about NYC at 50, and Stephen Agiode will be giving us lessons from Sudan as usual. Expect interesting conversations. We will be back after this break. Multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Adolf Hitler once said, when diplomacy ends, war begins. On the other hand, Fareed Zakaria, CNN international correspondent, said, foreign policy is a matter of costs and benefits, not theology. Nigeria has always been a prominent figure in African politics, forming alliances with various countries and international organizations to promote peace and stability in the continent. However, the ongoing crisis in Sudan has revealed the need for Nigeria to strengthen its multilateral relationships to better protect its citizens in diaspora. Many Nigerians are currently stuck in Sudan, facing various challenges such as lack of access to basic necessities like food, shelter, and healthcare. Unfortunately, Nigerians' efforts to bring its citizens back home have been slowed down by diplomatic difficulties and bureaucracies. To address this issue, Nigeria needs to strengthen the diplomatic image in Africa by working more closely with African Union and the United Nations to ensure the safety of Nigerians abroad. Inclusivity and progressivism should be prioritized in their approach to foreign policy, much like the new British monarch, King Charles III, focused on strategies that promote selfless service, growth and prosperity for all. This will foster unity and development between African states. Foreign policies and ethics are integral to a country's survival in international system, and Nigeria needs to put its best foot forward to achieve this. The recent example of the peaceful fight between ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine in Turkey during a peace negotiation highlights the importance of diplomacy and the need for mutual respect between countries. In conclusion, Nigeria needs to strengthen its multilateral relationships with other countries and international organizations to protect its citizens in diaspora. Through a focus on inclusivity and progressivism, Nigeria can foster unity and development between African states by prioritizing diplomacy and mutual respect. Countries can achieve a peaceful and stable international system benefiting all. I'm going to start with you, sir. You know, I actually raised 3 case studies here. Case study 1 is the current situation in Sudan. But before we talk about Sudan, let's just quickly say something about the new British monarch. Just something nice. You know, for the past 70 years, of course, Queen Elizabeth reigned after her father. The father tried to take UK out of depression following the Second World War, right? And then Queen Elizabeth came on board as young queen now, and she presided over League of Nations, including Commonwealth, you know, trying to foster prosperity. And then her son, King Charles III, is emphasizing selfless service for all. Selfless service and inclusivity. That's the only way the monarch can be sustained as influential in this. So I just want to hear one thought from you, and then Victor will delve into other issues.
Well, the royalty in England has played a big role in the Commonwealth when we are talking about diplomacy and ability to impact nations. Many Nigerians have taken advantage of Commonwealth scholarships and all that. We have benefited a lot from that. And indeed, sometimes in the economic sphere, it has been useful for us and all that. We come from the background of the fact that they were colonial rulers.
He was good there.
And but then we have evolved over time into becoming partners. The situation is really unlike the one you have with the French and assimilation, where some will say that when the French left, they left colonies. They didn't live independent states. I mean, you have countries without central banks virtually. They rely on France to dictate the value of their currency. Sure, yeah. But with Britain, we have virtually become partners. We have evolved to the extent that the constitution we run today is not even the one they left for us. We use the American constitution to show the extent of our independence. In 1963, we left the the jurisdiction of the Privy Council. So we became fully independent. So since then, we have virtually become with them partners, equals. Although under the Commonwealth, we have gained a lot and all that. So it's a point to say to the British, congratulations.
Okay. Congratulations to the British.
On the coming into being of a new monarch.
King and a new
and
era.
to hope that it will usher in a greater period of cooperation between Nigeria and Britain.
Okay, Victor, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I would just piggyback on what King Charles III said about selflessness and inclusivity. I think it's very important because when you look at it, it's that word selflessness is something that we're very akin to in Nigeria, and I think that if leaders, right, can emulate that certain virtue, which is serving, knowing that when you are in any position of leadership, right, is actually the position to serve people. And selflessness is really, is really about thinking about the highest good of other people and not just, what I want to do with this power, right? But what change can I effect? Where can I take the people to? How can I make things easier, better, more progressive for the people? And then also inclusivity is also very important. We must now shun, like Stephen said, right? Lesson for African leaders. How can we be more inclusive, getting everybody carried along, right? Somebody once said that when you look at people who are quote unquote disabled, they are not. They are just abled in another format. Sure. So it's ability in another format. So, there's the non-inclusiveness of women, and things like that. So we need to bring everybody together. We need to build, societies that are all inclusive. So, kudos to the British, kudos to, it was a very wonderful ceremony.
No, you watched it.
So I can only wish...
I couldn't help watching it too.
I can only wish them all the best. Good one.
Okay, I'm going to talk something now. I want us to say something else. The next issue on brand, talking about, according to Adolf Hitler, and I just stated it as when he said, when diplomacy fails, war begins. And you saw what happened 2 weeks ago. That was, I consider, quite inhumane and disturbing and perhaps disgraceful. Two ambassadors fighting. You saw it like, let's say about 2 weeks ago, the Russian ambassador and an ambassador from Russia and an ambassador from Ukraine involving in a physical fight. Like it was like a kind of ugly situation considering what is happening now in Ukraine. So I want to hear your thoughts on this. How do you think world leaders can garner and to solve the problem? There are a lot of persons have died in Russia and Ukraine. So what do you think? I want to hear your thoughts on this from the diplomatic angle.
There are a lot of issues on the ground in Ukraine, and a lot of geopolitics that is going on. You remember Russia is a successor state to USSR, which was engaged in Cold War with the West. What we are seeing, it's an evolution of that, what was going on at that time. Putin is trying to restore the Russian state as it was. The gradual collapse of the Russian state is what led to the emergence of states like Ukraine, Belarus, all these states, is their collapse. But Putin sees the world in terms of that time. Is, in my view, unable to reconcile himself with the collapse of the Soviet Union. What you find in these ambassadors fighting is a physical embodiment of what is happening between their nations.
Russia and Ukraine.
It's a conflict that it would not be easy to solve. I don't envy any diplomat trying to solve it, because in order to solve it, you need to know that these things go back a long way. The history between even Ukraine, how Ukraine came to be part of USSR in the first place, and all that, the history, the cultural differences and all that. you have to delve far back into their history. And then the position of Russia vis-a-vis the West. The different values in terms of democracy and autocracy and all that. There's a proxy war going on between values of between different values and different ways of seeing the world. That's what we are seeing.
But humanity is suffering.
A clash, you may say, of civilizations.
Humanity is suffering, despite the views, theologies, philosophy, whatever. Humanity is suffering. How do we help humanity?
Well, the truth is that when war has been part of the existence of humanity, I pray that there can be a truce in the conflict between them. Just that while the principal parties ruling the two nations and ruling on, why the principal characters in this conflict remain in power, I really don't see it. Why the principal powers remain, principal characters remain in power. Putin remains in power, and the American president remains who he is. The Ukrainian president remains who he is. I really don't see how diplomacy can really change things.
Okay, before I come to you, Victor, I'd like us to go to the next topic on our regarding diplomacy and the Sudan crisis. Some people said it's not time for Uhuru. I don't know, I think you've read that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru. Mr. Stephen, you must have heard of that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not yet time for freedom.
Yes.
Not yet time to celebrate. You know, recently the President-elect Ashwadi Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he has been on several, he's out of Nigeria now. They said he's in Europe for is it state visit or working visits?
Yes,
working visit, right?
Yes, yeah.
And some presidents of some countries have, or some top people, including organizations, in different countries, have shown interest in wanting to see him or wanting to have his presence because he's a new elected president. And then what happened last week or so, while he was in, is it last week or last 2 weeks? While he was in Port Harcourt, Governor Wiki invited him to come and commission projects. And but some other persons are of the school of thought that we can only have one president at a time. Wait for your turn. Wait for your turn. It's not your time. Wait, relax. Why some other person said, okay, it's a good thing, hits the ground running. So he's trying to prepare himself. So when he lands in Nassau Rock, he hits the ground running. But more importantly, whichever way, I'm concerned more about Nigerian perception. The administration of President Buhari is almost over. It's almost time up. So let's talk about going forward. What better ways do you think Nigerians can strengthen their imagery? We don't use the principle of reciprocity here. You saw what happened between Nigeria and South Africa. Xenophobic attack and all those things. I'm not trying to whip up sentiment here. I'm not trying to cause any problem. I respect South Africans. They are nice people. They have good people. However, some unfortunate things happened. And this issue has not been addressed properly because one way or the other, Nigerians are suffering. And the government of Nigeria has not been able to say, suffering in mostly African countries, image problem. The same, during the period of Sudan evacuation, a Nigerian business, I think a Nigerian businesswoman that deals with selling wigs or something, she was in Ghana for a trade fair. And what did they do to her? I don't know that you follow that news. They asked her to leave or they asked her to shut down. They actually came to destroy her trade fair. That, look, you are coming to spoil market for we Ghanaians. Yeah, it happened. Yeah. So these things, I can go on and on and on. Is it the fact that Ethiopians shut down their borders against Nigerians and say, no, we need visa to cross? Or Egypt trying to, the President Buhari had to call the President LCC before they could open their borders to Nigeria. So is there something that we can do, we can advise the government to do? Because we are talking about promoting African Union, strengthening African Union, promoting free trade agenda and making Africa a strong economic bloc in the world. But if you are having this fragmentation in Africa, it can't happen. So what do you think about it?
You see, I think that it's even important what we are talking about now because after African free trade is about to take off, which means that Africans should prepare. We've signed the agreement. We are going to have to get to the stage where we start trading with ourselves. That's what the new government should actually be preparing for, linking up with other governments. Whether we like it or not, borders are going to have to be relaxed. African head of states will have to meet with each other more. And then trade, African trade will have to boom. Nigeria should be preparing itself for such an eventuality now. That's what we should be preparing for. That's what other African countries should be preparing for. Just like Europe has shown. With a united unit, you can go far. Africa should be, our coming head of state should be strategizing along those lines. The problem we had with the South Africans was simple. The average South African does not know how much Nigeria contributed to their liberation struggle.
And being a refugee to Mandela.
Yes, and at the time they first saw Nigerians, they saw perhaps the worst of us. Unfortunately, our economy was bad, and then many Nigerians went there that were perhaps not the best representation of Nigerians. But it is not strange what has happened. What has happened between Nigeria and South Africa actually happened between Nigeria and Ghana. You remember?
Yeah,
in 69, the Ghanaians deported us, and we deported Ghanaians. They first deported us.
And then we deported Okonda Shehu Shagari.
Then later, in the 60s, they deported us. We then deported them. So then the South Africans are like this. Maybe it's a lack of awareness. Maybe our military governments too, the way they pursued diplomacy. When you pursue diplomacy, it's like the relationship between you. You must always remember also your own self-interest. Sure. So that when you are doing something, you think of what is in it for me.
Cost and benefit.
The way America goes out and does things for countries, they always think, what is in it for America? How can America benefit? You see what they did for the Koreans, but they ensured that American companies benefited from that. When they even when they did Afghanistan, they ensured American benefited from it. When we do foreign, we went to Liberia and we didn't get anything much from it. When we do our foreign policy, we are not thinking in terms of what we will get from it. It's something that needs to be changed. There's no Father Christmas in the world. Just like an individual, you can't just be giving people things and without thinking of what you get from it. It's a basic concept in international relations. We need, with South Africans, to forget what is happening at the moment. We need to forget and forgive because it happens between nations. What we need to do is, how do we start a new relationship with them in which we show that we can trade together, and these two countries can partner to raise the profile of Africa. Sure. Because these are the two powerhouses of Africa today.
You know, it's quite unfortunate that Obasanjo contributed to his peace deal in Ethiopia. He was the one that actually chairman on behalf of the African Union, and ending 2 years civil war in Tigray region versus Ethiopian government to a halt. Then Obasanjo is the former president of Nigeria, and then Nigerians were fleeing a war in Sudan to Ethiopia, and this same Ethiopian government shot their doors against Nigeria. That's quite funny. I know you want to say something, Victor, as we round up.
Well, I mean, as we wrap up, it also piggybacks back to, what I said earlier, which is really about, you mentioned something around African Union. If we're trying to build a lot of solid ties, we're trying to build something that will be transgenerational. Because if we just assume that we'll be here forever, right, you would not be, you're going to play the ball is going to pass to you, you will play in your own time, and at some point you'll be able to play. What legacies are we leaving behind? Why should I even require a visa to go to any African country? Why are we doing this to ourselves? And you go to the UK, I mean, you just wake up and you travel to the next neighboring country.
Scotland.
Do you understand? But you can't even try.
You can't do free trade that way.
But the thing is, we also need to, I think something is wrong with us internally. And it's this thing that's also happening with, when you come down to Nigeria, where, you know, I mean, this is not even being tribalistic. It's certain, the Igbos are not united. I mean, that's just, is a strong, but that's a thing, right? So there's also this thing of, you know, you are Yoruba, but you are a foreign Yoruba, I'm a deeper Yoruba, you know, all of these things. So if Africa must come together, exactly, we must begin to see ourselves as one. You know, I should wake up and pack my bags and go to Ethiopia without having to worry about anything. And Ethiopians should be able to come to Nigeria. We should begin to, I don't know if you watched that video that's been trending on Twitter, but I forgot, I think the president of Kenya, you know, he was talking about the fact that they treated us like kids, put us into a bus, you know. He was trending. Yeah,
okay.
Yes, he was trending. So I want to censor some things he said, but it was really profound. But again, he piggybacked to the fact that even amongst ourselves, we don't value ourselves.
Oh, I get.
We don't carry ourselves with dignity. You know, so in a way, I mean, the colonization happened many years ago.
Exactly.
But somehow there's still a mental slavery.
We are even worse off to ourselves.
Exactly. So I'll wrap up with this. It's almost like that king, right? That king that wanted to forgive debtors. So he sent for his, you know, servants, get me the debtors, you know, book list. And say, you know what? I forgive every one of you that's owed me so much money. And a certain man was owing the king the largest sum of money. He was forgiving that debt. Guess what? The man stepped out, right, and went to grab the truth of somebody that is within his environment that is owing him just 1/10 of that bigger debt that the king forgave him, you know, for. And so he couldn't forgive that small. The thing he heard about it, the king got angry and threw that man in jail. So it's this thing of within ourselves, we don't look after ourselves. We don't see ourselves as valuable. So how are, you know, those that are not of the African descendant, how would they see us as valuable? I mean, it's a deep core of reflection for us. We need to start seeing ourselves differently. We need to start seeing ourselves of high value. Let's put up a solid front. African Union, we must be solid. Put up a solid front such that when these guys come in, right, we can say, oh, this is how we want to do things. We are united. But when you say, let me go to Ghana to do this, and say, no, don't worry anyway, I will go to Nigeria, they will accept. So you see, so when you say, oh no, these guys are united. So if you try to enter through Ghana, it doesn't work. You go to Ethiopia, you're not going to work. Oh, we've given you one voice. We are united on this matter.
Exactly.
But when you say, oh, Ethiopian president is saying no, let me go to Liberia, let me go to Senegal, they will say yes. There's no united front. We need to have that united front. That's what I'm advocating for today.
That's very good. That's fair. Thank you very much for your input, gentlemen. Victor Onyekere is next after the break.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
NYC at 50. Many social media platforms have been flooded with image memories from people who have successfully passed through the National Youth Service Corps program in commemoration of NYC at 50 years. Amidst the different images from people, brought back, you know, some nostalgia. Many people shared their NYC experience. There are several key lessons to draw from these experiences, and if we're to make progressive headway with the NYSC program, we must go back to the drawing board. The NYSC program was created on the 22nd of May 1973 as an avenue for the reconciliation, reconstruction, and rebuilding of the nation after the Civil War. It was established based on the Decree number 24, which stated that the scheme was created with a view to the proper encouragement and development of common ties among the youths of Nigeria, and of course, the promotion of national unity. Some years ago, there had been a movement to scrap the NYSC program, and it had more negative impact than the intended positive impact for which it was originally designed in 1973. It stems from the fact that many young people wasted 11 months of their lives sitting in a remote village where they were literally incapacitated. I mean, if we think about it deeply, we all know that the NYSC program needs a lot of facelift. I personally do not hold the opinion that it should be scrapped, but we can do so much to revamping it into something much better. The program affords the government an opportunity to get real-time feedback from core members, but I doubt that the government has explored this opportunity. These feedbacks will become the necessary tool to rebuilding and restructuring the NYSC program. The program also reveals how much broken our educational system is. There is very low premium on education. There's also the issue of, national safety and national security, which has always been there. I strongly believe that the NYSC program is a massive opportunity for cultural awareness and integration across board. People shouldn't have to influence their deployment and posting, but it's happening till this very day. We won't pretend that we don't mostly know why people influence their deployment. There's a lot of untapped potential with the NYSC program. And I am especially calling on the government this very minute to invite relevant key stakeholders to take another critical look into the program. So I'm going to start with Elijah. You served, during the National Youth Service Corps program, right? What was the experience for you?
I served in 2017-2018,
awesome.
August 2017 to July 2018 in Anambra, specifically Onitsha. Well, aside from the nice food, ofaku and rice, I don't joke with that.
Yeah,
aside from
that's
the
like
nice
cultural
food,
integration, right?
Cultural integration. Yeah. I am able to go and test my Igbo understanding. Actually, I understand Igbo language to a very good extent, and I can write to a very good extent. I may not be able to speak fluently, but it was an opportunity for me to test my but the good thing is, during the period of my service, I met people from different parts of the world, Nigeria, that came there to serve, and of course we learned quite a lot of things, meeting people and the rest. But the service itself, the scheme itself, I think there's supposed to be some overhauling. Let me give you an example. They want to emphasize skill acquisition because of trying to give us this idea that don't expect the government to provide job for you.
Yeah.
You can actually acquire skill and use this for your own economic advantage. But the process by which they recruit people to give you such kind of number one, the trainings are not sufficient enough. Timing, and maybe some people are not really in tune with what they are in for.
Yeah.
So I think they can work with stakeholders to make it more meaningful. Over the years, NYSC had, I wouldn't say it has outlived its purpose. This period that we're having problem of, I don't want to use the word national disintegration, but you know what I'm saying.
Exactly.
People saying, oh, this, you are from so tribe, you don't marry this.
Yeah.
I think NYSC scheme should be fostered to help national integration, but it should be revamped.
True.
It should be revamped because I remember a case where, when you go to when we're in camp, we learned quite some things. But if you check, these things they are teaching you, is it relevant to today's market? Now, those days, if you go for and serve, it has served this purpose. They need teachers in villages and all those things. yeah, it's okay. But right now, Nigeria should not be dragged to that level. Just being a rural teacher, that's all. You want to help the government in helping educate children in a rural environment. What will the government do for you? How can you be able to key into the 21st century business-like era or recommended skill? So I think the government should look into it.
Fantastic.
And it's a good thing that some other countries are copying, I wouldn't say copying us, but they're emulating us. Countries like Niger Republic, I think that was the time they came, their president came to Nigeria, I think some years back, where they wanted to launch their own national service. Even Ghana does same. Ghana does same. Other countries like Israel, South Korea, their own is more military-like. But I think whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well.
Wow, awesome, Elijah. So let me come back to Mr. Stephen. So basically, right, it's been a long time you served. I don't know if you can remember your experience.
No.
But hold on. So I'd like to share your experience, and also, what do you think? I mean, it would also be good to glean on, several decades since you served, and then looking at what it is now, right? And how can we really tap into the full potential of this program?
Okay, so I served in the last year of the 80s. And
where?
In Niger State, Mina.
Okay, Mina.
Now, my experiences. Well, I think I found in the ordinary Nigerian there a fellowship, a welcome. I mean, on a broad look at it, I was welcomed by people I did not know. Once it was recognized that I was a youth corper, amenities were made, accommodation was made for me. Oh, he's a youth corper, let's see what we can do and all that. So on that level, just imagine if people like us had not gone there, that just seeing people from another culture, just seeing other people would not have happened. So on that level, there's much to say is progressive about youth corps. But then we lose a lot when, like we mentioned, you have these manipulations of you transfer, you are doing redeployment and all these things. You miss the purpose. And these days it has become massive. Even that essence of mixing up with cultures that you don't know, we miss it a lot.
But you can't blame them now, considering what happened in 2011 in Kaduna, where core members were killed following the re-election of, or should I call it re-election? Okay, following the election, it was actually not a
very unfortunate
of Goodluck Jonathan.
Very unfortunate.
Security concerns.
Very unfortunate. Also, on another level, I want to take it from the management level. Over the years, I think also what has not been looked at is how NYSC itself has been managed. Has it been prudently managed economically, and all those factors need to be looked at. When you embark on such huge projects, there should be time when you come back and reflect on what you are doing. I don't think that kind of reflection has gone on with NYSC. NYSC is an offshoot of something old. America used to have what they called Peace Corps, but they use it as an instrument of diplomacy.
Yeah.
They take a young person who has graduated and bring him to your country to teach and all that. We, in Nigeria here, we receive such people. They managed it up to the point they realized, okay, are we getting the bang for the buck? And they gradually did away with it. Like you said, other countries do military service. What other countries do with military services, they look at it and say, we are not constantly at war. Do we need a standing army of this proportion? Can we use young people coming up to be stopgap and to keep them in the army for as people who can be brought back. America does something like that. South Korea does something like that. And some other countries, Switzerland does something like that, where the bulk of the army is the youth. They are trained. They are part of the army for a number of years till they are 40. But they go to work. If there's a war, they could be called back. In that way, you are managing your resources in terms of you are not wasting money, which is where I go back to what I was talking about fund management and all that. Because what they are doing, they are killing two birds with one stone. They are having an army at the same time.
Working class people.
Eh?
Working class people and the army.
Working class people and the army and all that. So those help their security along the line and all that. The issue of insecurity across the country is a big issue that will need us to reflect on the value of NYSC. Nobody wants to train anybody and send him defenseless to a place where he's endangered.
And come back in the box.
Yeah.
Imagine how many people left their father's house, but they were brought back to their father's house in a box, called a casket.
So they can't defend them. So if to say they were sent into to be like in a military outfit, they will defend themselves. They will have things to defend themselves. They will be part of an army. But here, they are just sent there and they are left at anyone's mercy. So
But there was a time one senator proposed the idea of military training for NYSC, and it was turned down. Remember now? That was under
there's still the 3 weeks
right from the beginning. Right from the beginning, it was raised. Right from the inception of NYSC, it was raised. We were a military rule at that time, and the military did not like it. Although, ironically, every NYSC station is headed by military man.
Yeah, by Brigadier General.
Brigadier General still. But they didn't like the idea. So we need to look at the insecurity in the land and ask ourselves whether, in the light of the insecurity that is going on, we may not need to adjust, because insecurity is not going to go away easily. You have a situation where Boko Haram, ISIS and all that are growing. Above us, you have all kinds of things going on in Mali, Chad and all that and all that and all that. So we like I said, you don't have big projects like this without sitting back after some time and reflecting. Come back, sit down and reflect on what you are doing. What are the challenges? What is the future? What is the forward way forward? I don't see, at 50, you should expect, I don't know whether there's such a colloquium of them coming back to seriously talk about what's the future of NYSC, given all the challenges that it's facing.
What's the next 50 years going to look like?
Are we going to move forward towards a paramilitary something, or is it giving us bang for the buck, or is it not? And with these redeployments, what's going on? We need to sit down and think of it, reflect for the future, plan for the future. Other nations which progress, this is what they do. There's no perfect anything. Every time you come and you fine-tune and you think about it, but you must always do it honestly for your own progress.
Fantastic.
Profound.
All right. So I believe we can do great things within these 12 months. We only need to intentionally create the enabling environment to make it happen. Stephen Agiode is next after the break. Please stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Lessons from Sudan. In the morning of the 15th of April 2023, the world woke up to the news of open armed conflict in the city of Khartoum, capital of Sudan, between rival factions within the government of Sudan. The conflict is escalating and threatens to explode into a full-scale civil war. To be sure, Sudan is no stranger to war. It seems to have walked into conflict soon after its birth in 1956, when its then southern parts, unhappy with lack of autonomy, went to war. Many years after, and at the price, amongst other things, of an estimated 2 million dead, Southern Sudan eventually emerged as an independent state in 2011, and its own internal conflicts promptly began. Nigeria has a human stake in the happenings in Sudan. Many Nigerians go for their education, sometimes sponsored by state governments. Beyond this, technically, Sudan has always been a refuge for Nigerians. If Section 25 of the Constitution is soberly read, it must not be forgotten, for one, that the children and followers of the last Sultan of Sokoto, before the conquest of the Sokoto Empire by the British, Mohammed Atiru I, lived there and called it home. In many respects, our pre- and post-colonial histories are not dissimilar. There are lessons to be drawn from their experience. The first one, many years after independence, the fact is still not recognized that our nations were arbitrarily cobbled together by our colonizers, leaving ethnic fissures that require understanding and careful handling. There can be no sustainable development without peace, but sustainable peace will not be guaranteed by fiat and the martial boots. There must be a continuous and sincere discussion and bargains for the best arrangement of power that will move our nations forward. Here, there have been much discussion on restructuring, some sincere, some in contempt. But what we must say is that serious attention should be paid to it. Secondly, in general, we must do everything to limit foreign interference in our domestic politics. Every nation, like every human being, has its own interest. Implicated in Sudan's crisis is the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Russia, even the EU, which provided funding to a faction there to police a fence against a wave of immigration. This is, of course, not a license to roll out the artillery against citizens who seek foreign aid against oppression. To the contrary, it is an admonition to leaders to avoid creating the conditions that promote helplessness and the sense of oppression and injustice that leads to these interventions by constantly and sincerely taking into account the desires of all their people and not only some. Thirdly, there is a need for African nations, including Nigeria, to develop the capacity of their states to assume full control of the mining and trade of natural resources. One of the factional heads involved in this crisis owns gold mines. The oil bunkering now prevalent here is the cousin of the illegal mining of solid minerals. Sudan teaches us we should not thereby allow ordinary citizens and even foreign bandits to become de facto states unto themselves. Lastly, increasingly, the muscles of the African Union have grown flabby. Since the Arusha Accords that played a part in ending the Rwandan conflict, African leaders have largely stood by as the conflicts in DRC, Libya, Cameroon, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Mali, and others have festered. The EU needs to rediscover its mission, especially in the area of mediation and peer-to-peer review of its leaders.
This is really... You know what caught my attention there was the African Union.
Yes.
The conflict in Cameroon. I remember in 2019, I traveled to Cameroon via the sea from Oran. Took a speedboat to Cameroon. When I got there, it was not really very pleasant. The people are generally nice, but the situation at that time was there was war, civil war.
Yes.
So,
between the English-speaking parts.
The Ambazonian, what they call them, the English and the French.
Exactly.
So at that point, at some point, I was harassed at the border, close to the border, because I was trying to have conversation with a French-speaking military officer. She's a woman. I think one of the gender marine. Yeah, gender marine. She was not very fluent in speaking English. I was not very speaking French, and I was trying to talk to her.
Gender.
She could not understand. She didn't really understand where I was coming from.
Okay.
And I was going back to Nigeria, and I was rough-handed just because of that.
Yes.
And you know what? The excuse. You look at one silly thing they said that really broke my heart was that. You know, the country is at war. We can just label you as one of the troublemakers. I was like, what's the meaning of that? Like, as we Africa, have we gone to this level? Killings in Cameroon.
Yes.
And they won't allow foreign press, especially, not even the press, to even capture anything. And yes, African Union will sit down there and be having general assemblies. What are they discussing in the general assemblies? The conflicts in Ethiopia was one. And thank God, Olusegun Obasanjo was able to chairman the peace deal. But you know, we should not wait for outsiders to come and solve our problem as Africa. We can do more. Let's muzzle up. African Union has a lot to offer.
I agree.
Muzzle up.
The conflict in DRC, for instance, for me, is very shameful. I mean, and this is one of the misgivings I have about Kigami, because you virtually have one small African state twisting in its terms a bigger African state, you know, and all that. You have other regional countries involved. These are countries controlled by the same leaders in the African Union that should be making the peace. At a point, you remember there was a point in their conflict where even South Africa was involved. It's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Very big shame.
Yeah. It's a big shame. These are the things we should sit down in Africa. As we go into NAFTA and all that, and we are trying to do free trade, that we should think about and talk about seriously. We can't go on like this. This can't go on forever.
The assignment we are giving them is African Union, try to foster unity and peace amongst African nations.
Yes.
Real integration, economic integration. You know, we can become a very strong economic bloc to the world. It's not that every time there is problem in Africa or there's problem in the world, you see different world powers, Russia, US, China, they will come and start picking different states and start giving them something. I want to use and influence you. So
in fact, I'm happy you've mentioned it, because actually that's what's happening in Africa now. You see above us in the Maghreb, you hear the Russian Wagner group is always there. Some say it's even in Nigeria here, and that some of the clashes you see for all these bandits and all that.
Even
are motivated by them because
they were accusing France that they
have because where there's confusion, they can mine more. You see what happened in Sudan. The man owned a gold mine.
One of the generals.
The general that is causing.
Is he the president or the vice president?
No, the vice president.
The vice president.
He owns,
and he's fighting the president.
Exactly.
You see, the problem with Sudan was that both of them connived to remove the president. Then
exactly.
And what's his name again? His name was. He actually set up these two generals so that he will remain in power. One will fight one in case if they want to remove him. The team teamed up and removed him. Now they are fighting themselves.
So what I'm saying is, the point I was making with that was, look. Don't let individuals be bigger than the state. We see
government should be of laws.
We talk of privatization, but let us be careful. and that's one of the lessons I was saying we should draw in Nigeria. Let us be careful that we don't move into oligarchy.
Yeah.
Where
that's the
few
privileged
exactly where the state is actually controlled
by
individuals, and the individuals are stronger than the government.
Yes, we should build strong institutions that will outlive any human. Not the other way around.
Not the other way around. So these are the lessons. You can have states. If, for instance, someone corners the oil in Nigeria, you imagine what that person virtually owns Nigeria. It's a cautionary tale that may be happening.
So, what I'm going to say in all of this is, I think oftentimes the enemy is within.
Yes.
Right? The enemy that we're fighting is within,
and
not without. If you can conquer the enemy within, then it's easier to, again, picking back to what I said earlier, putting up a solid front. We must conquer the enemy within. We must conquer ourselves. We must conquer our self-centeredness. We must come together as much as, politics is played everywhere virtually, even in the United States and all of that. But there's an approach, right? There's always that, I've been seeing some of these U.S. government political series on Netflix, right? When you see how they govern, there's always that thin line they're not going to go beyond. This is where we draw the line on this, right? So there is this balance, in their political approach. Well, most of them. But when you look at Africa, we don't even value the value of a human life is almost next to nothing. The value of a human life. What do you say?
It's a piece of bread to some people. Give them a piece of bread and they kill some people.
So the value of a human life is like this. It's just like any. You just throw it away and it doesn't matter, right? So we need to come back again to our values.
And I also want to go to one extreme. If you look at the past history of Europe and wars and all that, you'll notice that the wars were fought by leaders to benefit not themselves but the state.
The state, yeah.
If you look at Napoleon, if you look at Bismarck, even if you look at the Hitler you mentioned, he was not fighting so that he could become rich. That's the problem in Sudan.
That was leadership, but of course in the reverse. But that's leadership.
Yeah, that's leadership. There's a negative.
Osama bin Laden is a leader.
Exactly. So they are fighting for their state, not for themselves.
For something bigger than
them. Yeah. This is what Africans need to develop.
We must think beyond our pockets, ourselves, and of course, like you said, build a global institution, something that will outlive.
If Napoleon was fighting for himself, he would probably have been the richest man in the world. But he wasn't. That was
something I still want us to drop in our consciousness and to our viewers out there, including government listening, African Union members of member states of African Union. How come we have beautiful countries like Egypt? Yeah, Egypt. They always call them Middle East and North Africa. Middle East and North Africa. Why? I'm not saying it's wrong to form. Anybody can form their own economic bloc, but notwithstanding, can we associate more with Africans?
Morocco too is also.
Yeah, they're always wanting to be referred to as Middle East. We want to associate with Saudi Arabia.
Well, they come and play African.
But when it comes to Africa, they don't want to be associated. Let me something good. We are Africans. When it's something bad, we are not Africans.
Once free trade becomes fantastic here, everybody will. Once free trade becomes fantastic,
everybody has to play their part. President of Egypt, Mohammed El-Sisi, right? He should play his part. Every other president, including our own president or the incoming president.
But right now, what is going on is that every African wants to go out. But perhaps when we are trading together and we see the benefit of trading with ourselves and moving together in a collective and helping to solve our own problems. Sometimes you see a country want to borrow money. Some of the money they want to borrow is not something that cannot be raised in a prosperous Africa. You want to raise $8 billion. If we come together, are we really saying $8 billion is not something we can borrow within ourselves? So
awesome. We'll get there.
Anybody can do whatever they want.
I think Ruto made that point.
Meet with whoever they want to meet, but more importantly, your home.
Yes.
You should also make your home strong as much as you want to explore other continents, other countries, other states. Make your home strong. Africa is our home, so make it strong. So that's the idea. The end always seems to come too soon on advocates. However, The advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. Hello, hello.
I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
In der Regel brauchen die Schafe
the sheep need about a
Hektar
hectare a day, that is.
Dann brauchen die auch jeden Tag 1 Hektar Fläche.
A hectare every day?
Ja, 10.000
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste war.
You don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much.
Das war ein bisschen viel. Gar nicht so das
Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying.
Und das wird dir erst bewusst,
you don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Und locker in der Hand halten.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
What?
That was it.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's like a real gun.
Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Aufsetzen.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Ja.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss man einmal. Oh God, Jesus.
That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass
es ist ja keine
production.
Masse so, ne? Also dann kann ja nicht jeder
Not
immer
everybody
dann
can
halt
get
so
a
einen
lamb
Lamm
like this.
haben, mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist
That's
so. Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist auch
it
wieder das,
special.
da haben wir die Nachhaltigkeits-
And it's what makes it
Nachhaltigkeitsaspekt einfach
sustainable.
mit drin. Die Leute
People approach the whole thing in a
denken
different
einfach
way,
anders über das
especially with an
Fleisch,
animal like
wenn sie's
this.
essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung, ganz abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes!
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts. That looks great.
Da haben wir es. Dann Bratwurst als erstes.
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through a medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screenings in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious flight academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's also unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa aviation training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lukas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first, or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you?
Erika!
What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes. I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different.
Ganz anders sein.
Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Ime Elijah, and on today's show we have interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, I am so excited about this event. It's a book launch. The role of women in nation building has been re-echoed through a book titled Belewura. The book, written by Associate Professor of Psychiatry and newspaper columnist Dr. Femi Olugbile, was unveiled in Lagos. Let's go see this one and we will be right back.
It is the launch of the book Belewura. It reveals the untold story of gender politics in early colonial Lagos and Nigeria. The book encapsulates the historical foundation of Lagos and Yoruba land. It beams a searchlight on a woman, Alimotu Belewura, a heroine in Yoruba land. Dr. Femi Olugbile is the author of Belewura. He shares more insights into the content of his book.
In the course of my work, I met Alhaja Abibatu Mogaji, and I found her to be very powerful and very inspirational, despite the fact of her limited education. And then when I read history further and I discovered Belewura, who is actually a true historical figure, I found some commonalities between those three characters, and I decided to look further into the character of Belewura. And that's what I found was that many things that happened to her were emblematic of developments of Lagos in her time, and she had a very major impact. And a lot of those things can be transformational if the present generation can imbibe them.
The book is captivating and compelling as it offers a fresh perspective on lesser-known aspects of Lagos history. Dr. Olugbile believes that Belewura would deeply impact its readers.
All the children of Lagos should read about Belewura. They should read this book. I think it will help to connect them with their past and help them to recognize that they have within themselves great power that they need to tap into, they need to connect with, and they need to carry forward to help. There may have been some difficult things happening in the recent past, discouraging people and making them feel low about themselves. If they read empowering testimony about their actual past, then it can make people connect with their inner selves and lead their children to have great discoveries and open new vistas for better living for all of us. Again,
the reviewer, Bashirun J.K. Rondo, recommended the book to all and sundry, describing Belewura as brave and combative.
She, Belewura, was a powerful woman who had been groomed in the port by her illustrious mother. That was lost on me. And there are so many others that I couldn't feel. And if the Lord did not begin to further compound matters, the author occasionally lapses into racial profiling.
Olugbile has authored 6 books, including Lonely Men, Leader, 10 Ahead, Bartolika, Heroes, and the latest edition, Belewura.
Whilst Belewura was in charge of the market women and men then, Abba Macaulay was practically the leader of the political leader as at then, and they both contributed a lot to what we now enjoy as our Lagos. So I'm very happy with the author for putting it down, and we also encourage other Lagosians and some other people that are very knowledgeable, that have experience, to share their experiences by putting it down so that generations yet unborn can go back to those books and read.
And this book will just complete history. And there are many more books like this that should come out to show the role of women. As for the author himself, I'm not surprised that he's such a wonderful author, because even as a psychiatrist, he's one of the best psychiatrists Nigeria has ever produced. So whatever he does very, very well.
Good morning, distinguished, very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a fine morning in Lagos. Let's just assume that we are on a flight to Abuja and imagine what the captain will say. We have very good weather, a little drizzle, but definitely the flight is going to be smooth. So in case you experience any turbulence, please relax. We have
very capable hands who are in control. And that brings me to welcoming very, very distinguished personalities that we have. When I look at the array, I see names that when I was still in the primary school, also I had them. They are trailblazers when you talk about the development and progress of Nigeria, and in particular, Lagos State in particular. I'm not here alone. I have also a colleague of mine that we will make sure that we have a very good outing today. I have Dr. Leke Oshuniyi, who is going to be my co-anchor. Please come on the... Dr. Oshuniyi, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Somebody wrote, he said, if you are going to be great, you need to do 3 things. You need to plant a tree. In those days, we used to say, you need to have a son.
Finally, on this episode of PLOS Events, excellence is not a standard but a journey. It's a continuous process of striving for improvement, pushing boundaries, and setting new benchmarks. These were the submission of the chairman of CMS Grammar School Merit Awards 2023, Senator Akin Odunsi, in his opening remarks at the event, which was held at the school premises in Bariga, Lagos. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Grammarians from within and outside Nigeria are well represented here. The Venerable Adelaja Hall was filled to capacity, with the old grammarians accompanied by their families, friends and loved ones as they relished the moment. And quickly, they settled down to the day's business. First was a citation of the chairman of the day, Senator Akin Odunsi. Senator Odunsi commended the commitment of members to excellence, which he said has remained the driving force behind the growth of the school.
As we come together to recognize and celebrate excellence, we acknowledge the toil and remarkable achievements of individuals, sects, chapters, and branches who have demonstrated exceptional performance, ingenuity, and a tireless commitment to preserving the great legacy of our alma mater.
This was followed by an opening remarks by the President, Old Grammarian Society, OGS, Cyril Ogbekene. The President said the concept of the Merit Award was ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution.
In hindsight, most, if not all, grammarians present here would agree that the concept of the Merit Award we run today It's ingrained in the reward system culture of the Service Grammar School as an institution. And there's no gainsaying the fact that the ever-invigorating lyrics of the world's best school song resonates in the enduring culture of our community.
Now, the awards proper. The Outstanding Grammarian Award went to late Venerable Dr. Yinka Omololu. In the Individual Merit Awards category, Adesonya Laide, Madreke Chike, Iyonda Olujide were among those honored.
On behalf of the joint operators of Seamless Grammar School, Bariga Lagos, we present this award to our distinguished grammarian, Professor Adeleke Ogumefu, 1978-87. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Alaji Nolo. This honor is well deserved and is long overdue. Congratulations on behalf of the whole Grammarian Society.
Some of the awardees spoke with Plus TV News. With so much nostalgia, they relieved how CMS Grammar School helped in preparing them for the future.
Awards like these are very significant because it encourages others to follow suit and to let you know that you are not a fool giving to others. So it kind of energizes you, it gives you more energy to do even more, So, and I pray by the grace of God, we have not started, we have only just begun.
With an air of fulfillment, the president of Old Grammarians, Cyril Ogbekene, spoke on the significance of the awards.
What we're celebrating today is excellence, is consistency, is focus and determination to be the very best that you can be. And that is what we are celebrating. We celebrate it for those who have left school. We celebrate it to inspire those who are still in school. There are people from the UK, Europe. There are recipients from OGS America, and in point of fact, OGS America has got a class or this branch set award. So that's as global as it is.
The first documented Old Grammarians Merit Award was held in 2001.
With the passage so far of what is my divinely predestined lifespan, I could never have dreamt of the opportunity to speak to a gathering of colleagues, friends, and relations in my alma mater before the bell tolls. My scholarly heritage sprouted from this school 76 years ago. It was here that I learned that the modeling of my life would be an exercise in futility, except it has a divine core. That was what Nisi Dominus Frustra means to me. In 1954, 69 years ago, I passed out of this school to face the realities of the wider world, armed to the teeth with all my might and determined to fly with my wings blue. I was to sum up courage and scorn defeat, but never to forget Christ as the sovereign Lord as I press on with eager feet to climb up and on. I thank the global president of the Old Grammarian Society for recognizing that I and my colleagues must have done something these past 76 years to have kept the flame burning brightly ever. I cannot but remember some of my classmates of like minds, like Emeritus Professor Prince Samuel Adetola Adebonojo, the patron of the OGS Americas and UK Europe chapters, and High Chief Akike Disu of Eagle Paints, also a grand patron of the OGS UK Europe chapter. Among those in eternal rest are Venerable Shegun Bamishebi, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Dako Majegodumi, clinical pathologist, Professor Festus Oshieni, biochemist, Professor Olabode Akindele, psychiatrist, Bolaji Akinsanya, surgeon, Chief Bola Ogulewe, Colonel Olu Akiyemi, Chief Babatunde Benson, SAN, and High Chief Ernest Adegoye Shoneko, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Grand Patron of the CMS ODS Americas in 2017, the position he held until his demise in 2021. May their souls rest in peace. Amen. I was the school prefect and the cricket captain in 1954. Without the arrogance of self-adulation, I have remained loyal to the ethics of school in my scholarly pursuits with a sense of responsibility to my alma mater.
He's done a lot and he's still doing a lot. He's a very distinguished Cameroonian, and it's good to be here because I thought when the members of our OGS UK Europe are getting the Merit Award, I have to come and support them, and that's why I came here. I flew in yesterday night. Thank you so much for Dr. Babalola and the other members of the OGS UK Europe.
Alright, what's going on to every single person out there from the east, west, north, and the south, wherever it is you're watching us from, you're welcome to Plus TV Africa, and today it's Plus Events. Guess where we are? We're at the GC Fashion Weekend. It's amazing. GCB is known for doing this every year, and I can tell you one thing for sure. They come with all the designers, all the people, all the influencers, and every person that is making it happen in the world of fashion. Like, if you're talking fashion, GC Fashion Weekend brings it to you annually. Now, we are here to bring you everything that's about to happen here on the, I was going to call it a red carpet, but it's kind of a black carpet, right? Look around you, you will see the amazing people. Everybody's here. Everybody's trying to make it happen. Everybody's buying something. Apart from buying, we're also networking. We're making things happen. And we're talking to people, basically. So if you are a fashion enthusiast, a fashion entrepreneur, a fashion designer, or a fashion fanatic, this is the place to be. GC Fashion Weekend is the place to be. My name is Miles, the 8th wonder of the world, and I will take you through this amazingness today, where we're talking to everybody and everybody that loves the world of fashion. Guess what? They even have chops, small chops, big chops, medium chops, large chops, any kind of chops you want. They have it here because I'm here for the food and I'm here for the fashion. As you can see, she looks amazing, by the way. We gotta go, right? When we get back, it's still Plus Events, and I'm here, Miles, 8th on the world. Don't go nowhere. Let's go. We are at the GT Fashion Weekend. It's amazing. Now, GCB is known for doing this every year, annually, and people, fashion designers from all over the globe, all over the continent, come around together here and make things happen. So, hey, we are here to have fun, to talk to some of the best designers in the nation and some of the attendees and see what they think about today's event, right? So do not go nowhere, don't move, don't stray. We promise to bring all the excitement, all the entertainment, all the fun, all the gifts, and all the glamour to your TV sets. My name is Miles, the 8th one of the world, and let's go.
Wow, it's a beautiful atmosphere. You can see it's everywhere. Everybody is busy here. You can see all different fashion houses, different fashion brands are here. doing their thing. Come on, it's just beautiful here, man. I'm looking forward to an amazing show. Trust me, it's gonna be beautiful here, man. I just can't wait to see what's gonna happen next. Well, fashion has been just you expressing yourself from your inner self. You know, it doesn't really matter whatever you're putting on, so long as it represents your identity. That's fashion for me. Come on, that's what it is.
I'm expecting different brand, different. Honestly, I want to improve on my dress, so I'm coming here looking out for more. Well, now I'm going around, I'm seeing different exciting things, so I'm really happy to be here.
This is my first time attending this, and
What do you think so far?
This is marvelous. This is marvelous. Like, they are very, they meet my expectation. Fashion to me is anything you do that you are not afraid to showcase to people.
Wow, it's amazing to be here. I'm coming all the way from the mainland. Every year I come to make this up. Yeah, I've been banking with GTB for a very long time. So I always get this special invitation. I used to think I'm the only one. I don't know, it's a lot of us banking with GTB. So
what are you expecting this year from this event?
It has been amazing every year. It keeps improving. The place is like Europe, man. It's like I'm in Europe. It's like I'm not even away from Nigeria. So I always expect greatness from GTB. The G for them is always greatness for me, including my banking app and transactions. Everything about GTB is always extraordinary. So I expect the best all the time, and I know they're always going to give it. Me, fashion is everything. I'm a record producer, and I encourage all my artists to do fashion. Not just about the local wear, but any trending aspect of fashion, we encourage it, because music, fashion, design, lifestyle is all the same. So fashion for us is 100% like what we should be doing every day.
Fashion to me, what is fashion to me? I mean, just yourself, fashion to me, the way of life, just your attitude, your life, yourself. I mean, just be what you want to be. Fashion, yeah.
Wow, all I can say, the fashion week is awesome. I really like what I'm seeing. You guys, thumbs up. Fashion is life. I'm fashion itself.
What about you? What is fashion for you?
Fashion is my personality. Whatever you see, that's what I am.
All right.
Fashion is, fashion is personalized.
Right.
Yeah, fashion is a way of interpreting who you are. Because when people see you, they can tell who you are, the kind of person you are by what you're wearing. So for me, I would say fashion is personalized.
So this is a great platform for brand visibility. I believe being here is going to take my brand to the next level. I'm going to interact with other designers. I'm going to meet customers from all over the world, because a lot of people are coming here out of Nigeria. So this is a very good platform to showcase my brand. Fashion is what you tell yourself it is. Fashion is how you feel. Fashion is I don't know how to put it, but fashion is what you feel is right for you. Like, I'm wearing this dress, I like how it feels on my skin. I feel it's just the best dress to wear for this weather. So fashion is how you express your feelings.
So why am I here exactly? Of course, to show off fashion. I'm a stylist, a fashion designer, an entertainer as well. So I'm here to meet people who are also fashionistas, fashion designers, people who are in the game. And what am I expecting? Just fun, man. Fun, a good time. I get to attend the masterclass. I'm looking forward to the runway. And I'm looking forward to all the people who are here to exhibit their talents. Big ups to GT for putting this together every year.
Oh, actually, okay, so my definition of fashion is actually expression, how to express yourself, basically.
Okay, I initially came for the masterclass. Yeah, but I was late, so.
Why are you here?
I'm here for the freebie.
For the what?
For the freebies.
Oh my, yummy. You are yeah. Anyways.
Okay, so this is actually very fantastic. Like, I like what I'm seeing around. They don't usually disappoint. Trust me, GTCO is always the best. And my outfit is inspired by... Oh, okay. It's inspired by Tiwa Savage, so you can check it out. Okay. All right, and that's it. In one word, fantastic.
Hi, I like the idea that GT is putting this together. It's a platform for people that have fashion and lifestyle ideas. I feel like I like this, and I think that more brands and more organizations should give platforms like this across board, not even just fashion, to other sectors of emerging industries, because things like this give people opportunity to network and assess people that are leaders in their industry. That's some sort of example and motivation for them to even do better. So I feel like this is a very big one for GT Bank, amazing one. I beg, GT Bank, I used one POS one time. They never refund my transaction. Thank you very much. I was just joking though. Amazing stuff. Amazing. Fashion is expression. I think the easiest way to make people know what you feel about yourself or who you want to be addressed as is what you wear and how you look in public.
All right, so it's just not fashion, right? It's fashion, it's GT Co Fashion Week, and everybody's here. It's just not fashion, it's also about the masterclass. We're teaching people how to connect with their brands, how to make their brands bigger, how to put their brands across the whole world, and we can see across the people here that so many people here are about to go in for the masterclass. It's GT Co Weekend. It's fashion at its finest, it's entertainment at its finest, it's connecting and networking at its finest, and we'll be talking to a whole lot of people here today.
Talking about wanting moments like this. So, commercial that played in the United States that I did with Ulta Beauty when I was pregnant with my second son. And it's just full circle now. And the fact that I compete in Africa and Lagos here, talking about the work that I do, is just magical. So thank you so much again for having me. And we can talk about this life. You can see some pictures of my family, my husband, my sons up there while we talk. I was a doctor. I quickly realized that I didn't like blood. So I was like, I'm not gonna be a doctor. I don't necessarily want to be a teacher or lawyer, but I love words. I love putting together words. I love stories. So it was like, let me do that. So I did a lot of internships at Vibe Magazine.
Do you guys know Vibe Magazine?
Vibe Magazine, Condé Nast Traveler Magazine, all of these places to get my foot in the door.
Essence, can we say Essence? Did you also worked at Essence? You guys know Essence as well.
Yeah, Essence, shout out to Essence. And so for me, the problem with publishing is they don't take the best and the brightest of the class. Like you don't just like, oh, I'm gonna be a banker, like the bank like hire, 100 people a year. Magazines have a masthead. There are positions. You have to wait for someone to leave in order to get that job. So it's very hard to get a job at a magazine.
Turn by turn.
Yes. Girl. Like, it was like, you're too big, you're too black, like, it was too much. So I started to get more into beauty, and I loved it.
And we also know that Black people, in the abroad, Black people are somewhat of a minority. So to have someone who is
everything, everything from head.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Governor Kabir Yusuf rejects appeal court's explanation of typo error in certified true copy, as Yoruba community urges others to intervene in Kano political unrest. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The Kano state government has rejected the appeal court's explanation that the error in the certified true copy CTC of its judgment on the state's governorship election was a typographical faux pas. The court initially declared APC's Nasiru Gawuna as the winner, but the certified true copy CTC of the judgment surfaced on Wednesday, indicating that the court had affirmed Yusuf's victory contrary to the verdict it had earlier given on Friday, and indeed, parts of that same verdict indicated that it affirmed its position earlier given on Friday. Haruna Dederi, the Kano State Commissioner for Justice, criticized the court's explanation. Meanwhile, Yoruba community members in Kano State have urged all national Yoruba leaders and intellectuals to engage with President Bola Tinubu on a political solution to the state's political impasse. Taufik Olaosebikan, the group's Secretary General, made the request during a press conference in Kano. He called on all Yoruba Obas and leaders of thought to wade into the Kano situation without further delay by engaging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a possible political settlement of the Kano logjam. He noted that the Yoruba community is worried that the unfolding political situation will have adverse effects on the community in the state. Take a listen.
It is clear to all that the NNPP won the state. We are very worried that the unfolding political situation have adverse effect on us, the Yorubas in Kano. Kano is a very volatile state politically, and this is the reason why all men and women of goodwill should be concerned about the situation in Kano and rally around towards a collective initiative to save the state from any calamity which will affect us and our livelihood. In this regard, we are using this platform to call on all Yoruba Obas and leaders of thought to wade into the Kano situation without further delay by engaging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a possible political settlement of the Kano logjam. It is clear
this issue is an Executive Director, Center for Awareness on Justice and Accountability, Kaja, Kabiru Saidu Dakata, and the lawyer Abdul Karim Mode are both based in Kano. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you very much for having us.
Let me start with you, Kabiru. I wonder what the supplication of the Yoruba group would amount to, given the fact that this is a cause that is already on the machinery of the judicial system. Would you want to help us here? How would you respond to that?
I think we need to appreciate the fact that there are also key stakeholders, and they have every right to